I don't know. I'd like to call to order a utility special district workshop. The date is August 22nd. The time is 7:08 p.m. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Chairperson Douglas Lawson.
Here.
Vice Chair Shirley Lanier.
Here.
Board Member Troderick McCoy.
Here.
Board Member Kashamba Miller Anderson.
Present.
Board Member Glenn Spiritus.
Here.
Ex officio Board Member Mayor Ronnie Felder.
Here.
City Manager Jonathan Evans.
Present.
Acting District Clerk Deborah Hall is present. District Attorney Don Nguyen. District Finance Director Randy Sherman. Mr. Chair, you have a quorum. You may proceed.
Thank you. For a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Mayor Ronnie Felder. Flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Do we have any additions, deletions, or substitutions to tonight's agenda?
No, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Disclosures from the board?
Workshop, right?
Yes, sir.
So then there wouldn't be any voting conflicts because we're not voting on anything.
Thank you, sir. Residents, tonight, we will be having our special utility district meeting immediately following this workshop. We don't do public comments during the workshop, so this will be following the next meeting. So we can take public comments during the actual utility district meeting if there's any public comments tonight. Mr. Evans, introductions?
Yes. Mr. Chair and members of the board, this evening's presentation is to give you an update on the existing activities that are occurring at the water treatment plant, as well as an update with regards to the construction of the new water treatment plant. Here today, we have representatives from Brown and Caldwell, as well as the JV team, which is made up of CDM Smith and the Haskell Group. So in tonight's presentation, we'll talk about the current state of the utility special district, short and long-term actions being implemented, the status of the water treatment plant, the new plant, projected timelines, plant progress status, preliminary impacts on rates and funding initiatives, and next steps and pending actions from the board. I will share with the board, I've had the opportunity to meet with the teams and get into a lot more specificities concerning the new water treatment plan. And what we have already come to the conclusion is that we want to keep this project in front of the board and continue to move this project forward with monthly updates. So this will be the first of many updates where the board will get status checks on the new water treatment plant as well as the existing plant. So in order to understand where we're going, I think it's important to understand where we're currently at. The utility special district was established in 2004. The plant was constructed in 1958 with a service delivery population of about 13,000 residents. Now our population that we serve is roughly over 38,000 residents, but when you extrapolate it into the service area that serves communities outside our municipal jurisdictions, there are a lot more service clients that we have. So we service the Gramercy Park area, the town of Palm Beach Shores, and the town of Mangonia Park. The utility special district has 4 divisions. In the divisions, we have approximately about 10 vacancies that were last, but there are 2 vacancies that are being posted. You'll also note that in our previous discussion with the board about additional positions that were being requested, one of the things that I do want the board to consider in subsequent discussions is the opportunity to, in essence, park the funds that were being requested by staff for those positions that can allow for an assessment of the positions that are being requested. I know the board mentioned having our consultants look at what the position complements are, but one of the things I think would be more advantageous is for us to allow for our contractual provider, which we're recommending you allow for us to bring in to do an assessment. And after that 6 months on site, we'll be able to know what the actual positions that the district needs and then move forward with those positions. But we'll get into more specificities with regards to that. The annual operating budget for the district was $36 million, and the proposed operating budget for 2025 is $41.5 million. So some of the short-term actions being implemented at the district and long-term is we're looking at the existing water treatment plant. What are some of the challenges and initiatives that we need to effectively address? The opportunity for staff augmentation to help us address some of the operations and maintenance activities that are in desperate need for us to move forward, and then an opportunity to work with U.S. Water to assist in shoring up some of our respective operations so we can be more proactive with respect to the water plant. So some of the major challenges that you have, there's a couple of things. You have the conditions and the reliability, water quality and compliance, water supply limitations, technology capacities, and O&M. Previously stated, the plant was constructed in 1958 with some minimal modifications that were made to make the plant ADA compliant in the 90s. And then this board has made sizable investments in the water treatment plant to the tune of roughly $30 to $40 million with respect to some of the investments. But one of the challenges that you do have is the wells. The wells that we have are in desperate need of repair throughout the system. We have 27 wells at any given time. We can have a number of wells that are down, but more specifically, the challenges that we have with our wells is also some of the capacity or permitted capacity that we have at those wells are not producing at the level in which we would want them to produce. And so we have been utilizing the interconnects that are provided by 2 other utility providers when there is a deficiency concerning the water. So what we're doing with, and thank you for the board's efforts to approve $4.8 million for Global Tech to assist in resolving some of the issues we have concerning our wells. We have had conversations with Global Tech to accelerate and look to resolve those well issues concurrently versus what was previously provided for, where they were looking at addressing the wells one at a time. Also, one of the things that we identified is the lime slackers. which are the 2 white columns that we have at the water treatment plant. If we're able to move forward with a staff augmentation, we would be able to effectively put those lime slackers on the system, and the residents of Riviera Beach, probably in the tune of about 8 weeks, can see a significant improvement in the color of the water and the quality of the water. Those were not installed and those have not been implemented. So that's one of the things that you'll hear from the team later on today as some of the things that we want to look to improve here at the water treatment plant. Also, we have some challenges concerning the air strippers. The air strippers are the other apparatus that we have on the plant where when the water comes in, it goes through a filtration process. There's some service that needs to be done to those air strippers to be able to strip out some of the gas that is found in the water. And so that is something that we're working with our contractual providers to be able to address. The other challenge we have is some of the infrastructure, some of our high service pumps. Over the last couple of days, we've been trying to address some of our high service pumps. The city has 7 high service pumps. There was only 3 pumps in service. We are looking to move all of those pumps back into service and looking to resolve those particular issues. And then even from the generator and the power capacity that we have in our generator, we're looking to do some modifications and remove the generator that was previously purchased and repurpose it, but then to look to acquire a generator that's a little bit more reliable. So we've had conversations with staff how to effectively do that. Also, some of the testing locations that we have throughout the city, we're looking to place them in areas that are more accessible to our lab to be able to get the appropriate samples for the purposes of testing our water and our distribution line. And then now we have implemented that every day I get a report of the chlorine residuals in the distribution system from a variety of different sites, and staff provides me the validation with the picture that shows the chlorine residuals. So at any given time, we have what the residual numbers are, and then we also have what the target number is from the health department to ensure that the water that is in the distribution meets what the standard that is provided. One of the things that was mentioned to this board previously is the possibility of looking to move this plant to a 4-log plant. That is one of the items that when we had conversations, more robust conversations with engineering staff, that is not something that we're able to do with our plant because of the existing age of our plant. And so we are looking for ways to improve some of our treatment processes and be able to move forward in a fashion that improves the water quality for our community. To walk you through the timeline that we have here as it relates to the initiatives taken in 2019, we did an assessment that facilitated moving forward with a new water treatment plant. There has been substantial upgrades that I mentioned to the water treatment plant from 2020 to 2023. In addition to, we created the opportunity for a compliance division. That compliance division is the division that is responsible for collecting the appropriate samples, sending them to the lab, and coordination efforts with the Department of Health and other regulatory agencies. Then moving on is resolving the issue with the consent order back in 2016. We were able to resolve that in 2022. And then moving forward with the new water treatment plant that received a notice to proceed in January of 2023, and then some resource augmentation that we're requesting for the board to consider later on, and then the well rehabilitation efforts that we're moving forward with. We know that as a result of our wells and the conditions of our wells, that the city can anticipate spending about $40 million to resolve the conditions of the wells. When I had discussions with the engineering team, it was communicated to me that in most cases that the city should have been aggressively moving forward with replacement and repairs to our well systems, probably a well or 2 every year. Most of our wells date back to the 60s and 70s, close to the time in which the plant was constructed. So there are significant investments that are going to have to be made in your well field to be able to have the permitted usage of the water that is needed to move forward. So when you do see the numbers associated with the water treatment plant, I hope you look at it from multiple phases that are as a result of the bigger picture and some investments that we needed to make. One of the things that we've had great success, and I do want to allow for this individual to share some comments, is Mr. Carlos Aguilera, who I was able to bring in under the professional services agreement to assist in facilitating, just walking along with our plant staff and looking at what things we can do differently. And he can share a little bit more in specificity concerning some of the things that he's doing to help staff, to work with staff, and to provide some lessons learned from his extensive experience in the particular field. As a result of the issue with the Department of Health, we went through a level 2 assessment. That level 2 assessment is a comprehensive assessment that looks at multiple factors in multiple areas of the water treatment plant and provides for a plan and a pathway forward to us to address those items that were articulated by the health department. Staff augmentation in July of 2024. That is where I moved forward with a professional services agreement with Mr. Aguilera, as well as a professional services agreement with U.S. Water, to come in and take a look at the overall system, to look at our processes, to assess what are some things that we can improve on, and some things that we can do that is low-hanging fruit, for lack of better terms, to improve the efficiency and operational elements of our water treatment plant. I have had an opportunity to inform and educate the staff about the item that we will be asking for your consideration later on this evening, to have this as a force multiplier. One of the things that you will hear is that preventative maintenance, consistent maintenance at the water treatment plant has not been something that has been at the forefront. And one of the things that we are asking for is this resource that can help us address some of the operation and maintenance challenges that we have at the plant. Back to the Lime Slackers, if we're able to bring in U.S. Water to assist us in the staff augmentation, we can get those units put onto the system. They can assist in training staff, and you will see a sizable improvement in the water quality, and that's something that we want to effectively move forward with. So a little bit about the staff augmentation recommendation that will be before you is looking at a variety of different positions. One, a maintenance manager, someone that will help us looking at the maintenance of the water treatment plant. What are some things that we can do to effectively continue to operate that plant in the immediate future, but also helping us to get to what the next phase of the water treatment plant is. Someone that helps us with the management of the distribution system. The distribution system is the lifeline of the water supply. The water plant is the heart. The distribution system is the vascular network that provides the potable water to our community. And so helping us with making sure we're maintaining and monitoring what's occurring in the distribution line. And then water quality improvement specialist, somebody that helps us with the testing and procedural elements and protocols that are critical to ensure compliance from all the regulatory agencies. And that is for a duration of approximately 6 months. The other two positions would be assistants as it relates to a startup specialist to help us with commissioning some of the responsibilities and some of the capital projects that we need to move forward with, and then resource management to help us with the management and some of the operational elements with the water treatment plant. From my observation and from a layperson's perspective, there are a lot of things that we can do a little bit more proactively and a little bit more aggressively to get the plant where it needs to be to provide the optimal service that we want for our residents. And we're hopeful that the board will support staff in moving forward with this particular arrangement. It is for a period of 6 months. And then obviously a maintenance allowance where needed to assist with the maintenance of the distribution line as well as the water treatment plant. The company that we're asking the board to assist us in bringing on is U.S. Water. They're a nationally recognized water utility provider. They have staff augmentation models throughout the state of Florida and throughout the nation. They are established here in the U.S., and they provide a variety of different services. They've had opportunities to walk our plant. They have done analyses for the district in the past, and they have an exceptional track record of being able to help agencies get ahead of some of the items that we know are present here in the water plant. So some of the things that I'm doing, working with our staff, is we had the initial kickoff meeting with Global Tech. They're at a lot of our wells. They're doing samples throughout our community. You may have seen some of their vehicles. We did modify what the plan was moving forward, working with the utility district engineer, Mr. Armstrong, to accelerate some of the activities that Global Tech is providing for the purposes of getting some of our wells up and operational. The faster we can get these wells up and operational, the faster we can become less reliant on the other water supply sources that we have, and then invariably move forward with moving through the well systems to make sure that our 27 wells are operating at an optimal capacity. One of the things that you'll also hear is with the new water treatment plant, there is new wells that are going to be constructed, both superficial and the Floridan wells. That's going to provide additional capacity for the city, both in the short term and the long term. But one of the things that is really important is the maintenance of our well field and being aggressively maintaining our well field. So back to the maintenance manager and the distribution, those elements are going to help us make sure that we can improve the quality of our wells. There is an administrative presence at the utility district. I've been there at least 2 days out of the week for the purposes of assisting with the day-to-day operational activities, helping staff expedite some things, moving things through, whether it's finance or procurement, and then chatting with the employees about some of the things that we can do to assist them in their day-to-day functions and activities. Concerning the distribution system, I shared with you earlier that I now get updates concerning the levels of chlorine in the distribution system at a variety of test sites to ensure that we're in compliance with what the standard is from the Department of Health, and that's something that we're going to consistently receive from the administration. And then we also adopted a communications SOP policy concerning how information is to be communicated both to the city council, city administration, and the appropriate staffers. So what we experienced some time ago would not be a situation that we would experience again. Right now, that policy is under review. That policy has been vetted by both the JV team has seen it, as well as Brown and Caldwell. The health department has, and U.S. Water has also seen that policy. So as soon as we have the authorization that that is in fact compliant with what DOH is acceptable, that will become the policy concerning some of the communications, and I can share that with the board. So the immediate steps that we're doing is we're doing everything we can to lean in to improve the water quality, to be more proactive in some of the maintenance activities, to ensure that we provide the additional support for staff from a training and staff augmentation perspective, and then learning some best practices. And so we are moving forward in a manner that I hope the board will be satisfied with. And I believe in the next couple of months, you'll actually see and experience some tangible difference at the water treatment plant. And so at this time in the presentation, I am going to turn the presentation over to Mr. Nigel Grace with Brown and Caldwell to share the new water plant project and a little bit of the history of that. And then I will jump in when necessary.
Mr. Evans, before we go into the new water plant discussion, back to slide overview of recommended U.S. water services. At what time will we have figures associated with some of the requests?
Mr. Chair, if I may, that item is provided for as part of an agenda item for your utility special district meeting, and the projected cost for the term of 6 months is approximately $1.2 million.
Okay. And then additional maintenance allowance. What figure are we looking for in regards to that?
Mr. Chair, I'd have to pull up that specifically in the proposal, but I can get you that number here shortly.
Thank you. Well, that'll be part of the USD meeting?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. All right, we'll visit those numbers when we get there. Thank you. Mr. Nigel?
Very good. Good evening, Samir, Council Chair, and Council members. Certainly, it's my pleasure to be here. I'm joined with my colleague, Matthew Schultz. Together, we're going to spend the next few minutes reviewing the history of the existing water plant Looking at some of the background, the early background, the key considerations that led to the trajectory that the city currently is on, we're going to provide some background on some of the considerations that led to the selection of the current delivery process, and hit on some of the key milestones to illustrate some of the progress that has been made up to this point in time. That component of the discussion is going to be followed by the JV team, CDM and Haskell representatives, who will get into some of the specifics about the project with respect to the status, the progress, the schedule going forward, and so on and so forth. So it's going to be a fairly a robust amount of content to be delivered. Feel free to interrupt if there's any questions that arise during the presentation delivery.
Chair.
Mayor, go ahead.
Can I ask a question? Are we serious about this now?
I believe so. Yes.
I mean, we're not doing this for the health department or anything else. Are we going to be focused on getting all this done, or just because I'm kind of. Thank you for showing up too, Mr. Evans. This has been a long time issue that we've been wanting to hear from you about our water. What I don't want to hear is, because we already know the issues, we know the problems. We're paying the same. Now we finna double pay the people that we already know is wrong, right? The question is, are we going to put the money to where it needs to go? Don't let this be hogwash. And we've been playing these meetings, and to hear now we're going to get a report every month. We did that a couple months ago, that was going to get a report every month, right? So months went by, we still didn't get a report. So, it's just kind of, it sounds good, but is this real? It's people lost their jobs behind this, man. And, it's a touchy situation, but, it sounds real good, man, but we've been here before. And I just want to make sure that this is real, and we're going to put our efforts and, all our souls to make sure that this happens. And this is not coming up here to give the people what they want, to get the news what they want. And, we're going on to something else, because we put many projects before this. So is this real? This is what I want to know. Mr. Evans, is this real?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
Absolutely, this is real. And that's why I'm personally over at the water treatment plant, and I'm personally involved in the operational elements to ensure that we move this project forward with a sense of urgency. And we've had very pointed conversations with everyone involved, and the team is acutely focused on moving this forward. And so you have my word that we're going to make this personal, and we're going to make sure that we continue to move this item forward. And there's a lot more transparency that's provided to the board concerning this project as it continues to move forward.
Thank you, sir. Mayor? Okay, thank you. Nigel, go ahead.
Certainly, thanks. So what I can say is that, there's been intensive effort, over the duration of my involvement. Significant progress has been made, and hopefully by the time we get to the end of this, you'll have a good feel for the progress that has been made on the new water plant. But before getting there, we're going to provide a little bit of historical context, for those who may not have had the benefit of, progression over the last few years. So this slide before you is just an area of the existing water plant. As Mr. Evans indicated, this plant dates back several years to the mid-50s. The highlighted area of the plant is really where much of the treatment activity occurs. That's where the wet activity occurs. The northern portion of the plant, that's where a lot of the solids, you'll see a lot of lime solids developed within that area. There's a maintenance facility and an administration facility on the site. But looking at the overall site in the context of how it was developed, you can see the majority of the treatment infrastructure dates back to the late 1950s. The newer infrastructure is more on the solids end, and surgical improvements that have been done over the years. But what's notable is that this plant, over the life of this plant, the technology is the same as it was in the 1950s. Regulations have become increasingly stringent over the years. With the recent PFAS regulations that were passed earlier this year, this plant is now obsolete, right? Once those rules become into effect in 5 years, this plant will, as it exists today, will no longer be able to comply with the latest EPA rules. So this momentum, while PFAS was not envisioned at the time this water plant initiative was put in motion, this latest federal law essentially establishes the current initiative as a mandate. So from that perspective, the city is heading in absolutely the right direction. Mr. Evans highlighted some of the overall challenges. We were involved in preparing an assessment for the Utility Special District back in 2019 that identified these challenges, to identify two basic recommendation pathways. One, which was to essentially double down on the existing plant, conduct extensive upgrades at the plant, augment it with some membrane technology and some additional technologies to improve the treatment capabilities. The other option, which is the one that was ultimately selected and acted upon, was to develop an entirely new water treatment plant. The third option shown there is provided just to provide a basis of comparison to indicate what would be involved if the city was to pursue a different direction, i.e. enter into a wholesale agreement with a neighboring utility to purchase water. So those three options are just going to be synopsized again real quickly, just to kind of provide some of the context for the board. So the first option, which involved the modernization of the treatment plant, required the upgrade of the lime softening process to improve the overall reliability and performance. The process at the time was envisioned to require additional augmentation with new technologies that will be better suited to remove the type of constituents that the lime softening process is challenged to. That would typically be ion exchange or granular activated carbon to remove the organics from the water. In addition to that, it was forecasted that the city would very quickly run out of permitted water supplies and would have to pursue a new source of water supply from the Florida aquifer to support growth. So the plan that was developed at the time looked at integrating a new Floridan supply as well as a reverse osmosis plant at the existing treatment facility to provide supplemental capacity to make up for the shortfalls. Looking at the overall treatment process at a high-level schematic standpoint, the augmentation again would impact virtually all the processes. In addition to that, you'd be looking at adding the post-treatment processes, the ion exchange and granulated activated carbon, as well as improvements on the solids handling end. The membrane treatment technology would be an entirely parallel process that would have to be integrated with the existing plant, with a whole new delivery system for transmitting water to the system. From an area standpoint, that is essentially what your existing plant site would look like in a scenario where upgrading the plant was the primary direction. It would result in a significant expansion in the footprint of that plant. You essentially have three treatment technologies working in parallel in an integrated manner. That would increase the complexity of the plant. The plant would still be fundamentally, at its core, a lime softening plant, but supplemented in important ways to improve the overall performance. You'd have to have new storage, new pumping. Essentially, you'd be replumbing the entire plant. That is certainly technically feasible, but quite a challenge to implement from a constructability, operational ability standpoint. It would also essentially cement the city's long-term commitment to that site. The other alternative consideration was, that a long-term commitment to that site would certainly, make that water treatment be the face of that general area for the several decades to come. The other alternative, which centered on starting over, in a different location. That's the alternative that ultimately took legs, and that would allow the city to deploy the best available technology in the industry for both the existing superficial supplies as well as the future flood and supplies. It would achieve much more consistent performance, highly automatable process. I don't need to go through all the benefits. You're all familiar with those details, and it would be achievable at a competitive cost. One of the issues with the alternative technologies, whether it be ion exchange or GAC, particularly now that PFAS is a thing, that the disposal of the spent carbon or resin would now be treated as a hazardous waste that would significantly increase the cost of disposal, and quite frankly is the single thing that makes membranes more competitive because of the residual disposal cost. So again, looking at it from a conceptual standpoint, essentially you'd be deploying a new treatment facility, and once deployed, you'd retire the existing treatment plant and repurpose the site for other purposes. From a siting standpoint, we looked at the existing plant site as well as two other sites. The Avenue L site, was ultimately selected as the preferred site for a number of reasons. That site is located at the hydraulic hub of the system, so it minimized the amount of replumbing that would have otherwise been required to introduce water to that site. Site does have some environmental history due to its proximity to Solitron, but that's been looked at, and we believe that it's manageable, and that continues to be looked at. It would free the existing site for redevelopment and really eliminate the major concerns with constructability and operational integration with the existing site. So,
Experience, go ahead.
Okay, so Nigel, my question is this: you're talking about the site and how we selected which site we were going to use for the new plant as opposed to the old plant site. Now, the old plant site has a tremendous amount of property around it.
Right.
And from what I can see, it looks like it's almost larger than the new site, the amount of land that's available.
that's correct.
So why did we not build it right next to where the existing site is? Because don't we have to do miles of piping in order to get the other plant operating now, the new plant, because of the change in the location?
No, the proposed site 2, you can see is literally a good stone throw from the existing plant site. The existing plant site is location number 1, right? So it's literally diagonally across the street, across the railroad tracks, and it's there. So the amount of transmission infrastructure that needs to be deployed to connect the system is relatively minimal.
Right, but my understanding was that the new site from our former executive director really wasn't large enough, and that's been costing us some time in the design because of the size of the site, and that we might not have had that problem if we stayed with the existing site, which is a much larger piece of property.
Okay, so that's a little bit of a different situation. The proposed site is adequate for the water treatment plant that's proposed there. The challenge with siting is that at one point, the city additionally was considering consolidating public works and water treatment at the same site. So together with public works came, the fleet and staff and lay down area, and that's where the challenge was. It wasn't practical to combine public works with the water treatment function. And the team spent a fair bit of time looking into various alternatives to accomplish that, and eventually I think the conclusion was that the site would be reserved only for water treatment, but it's more than adequate for the purpose for which it's intended.
Okay. In all due, Mr. Chair,
Of course,
in
go
all
ahead.
due respect, I mean, your engineers here were shaking their head when I was asking the questions in agreement with what I was saying. So I'd like to hear from them with
Certainly.
respect to the
Absolutely.
size, with respect to the site and the site selection, and what the impact has been on the design by not having the larger site.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Stebbins?
one of the things that I do want to provide a little bit of context, and when we looked at the opportunity to redevelop the parcels, 600 West Blue and 601, we anticipated that was a conversation to relocate the water treatment plant off of that particular location for economic redevelopment purposes. If we were to build the water treatment plant on that footprint, you would encroach on more city property, and invariably it would take away your redevelopment opportunities that you have on that site. Plus, one of the things that we did really want to get away from is having a water treatment plant in close proximity to the train and the amount of train activity that happens there. And so that was a move that was discussed with previous boards to effectively relocate the water treatment plant off of that property for primarily the redevelopment activities and obviously the number of train traffic that we have in our community.
Dr. Spiritus, go ahead.
All right, now, I can appreciate that, Mr. Evans, but this is an essential service. This has got to be more important than economic development. This is to provide water for everybody who's here right now, not future development and future residents or commercial development. The water has got to be priority number one, and the location has got to be number one when you're talking about an essential service like this. The train, I don't see how that really, I mean, it's a straight run there. That plant's been there since 1958. We haven't had a problem. And quite frankly, the new plant is not too far from the train tracks either. So I think you have the same condition no matter which side of the tracks you're on, if there's going to be a major train issue. But that's not the issue. I'm trying to get to a timeline here. I'm trying to find out why it's been taking us over a year to get to this point without having complete designs. And I'm trying to find out what the problems were and what the issues they had to overcome to get us to this point.
And to that point, I believe, Mr. Evans, you gave some clarity for Dr. Spiritus, but I think he just wants to know why it's taking so long and how do we not afford this to continue to take a long period of time. The design was one concern, but I would be in agreement. This is the board that made the decision to relocate that location. The trains were a concern, but also the time. Remember, Dr. Spiritus said Brightline wasn't running through this area at that same time. At a 60-mile-an-hour train going up that corridor, it changes the dynamic of what's been running through the corridor for the last 50 years. So the relocation was one concern, the economic development, but the priority of getting this done is my biggest concern, which I agree with my colleague. Why is it taking so long? How do we expedite this? And what's the problems right now so we can move forward?
Mr. Chair, if I may. My remarks were just to provide some additional commentary with respect to how we got to that particular decision, because Councilperson Spiritus was not on the dais at that particular moment. But as part of the presentation, the team walks through where they are in the process and some of the delays that are identified through the process, and then brings you up to speed. So that is all incorporated as part of the.
Thank you. I do believe Dr. Spiritus still wants to hear from the engineers because they were in agreement with some of his sentiments that were being made. So if you could address his concern here, and then we'll go back to the presentation.
Good afternoon, Steve Link with the JV, and I'm going to try to respond to the first question regarding the sites. Location 1 is, you're correct, it composes of 10 acres. Location 2, which is the current water treatment plant site, is about 8.5 acres. Okay, so that's the first. Location 1 also, as you know, includes the current city hall. And the complexity of constructing a new water treatment plant on an existing water treatment plant provides very challenging constructability concerns regarding MOPO, maintenance of plant operations during construction. And the site, I wasn't involved in the site selection, but the moving and constructing a new plant on a greenfield site is always easier to do as opposed to affecting plant operations. You don't want construction to get in the way of treating water. It's potable water going out to the community, and oftentimes construction leads to challenging situations during for the operations team, okay? So you have all those critical tie-ins. Being across the street, as Nigel was pointing out, allows that, that buffer from keeping the current plant operations away from the construction activities.
Chair.
Dr. Spears, go ahead.
I don't know, maybe I'm mistaken, but I just, I drove in back to City Hall the other day and I looked at all the open space and that property looked like it was a lot larger to me than the new site that was available.
Yeah, so the site where the water plant is currently is roughly 10 acres. But if you take in consideration the city hall, yes, that's a vastly lot more acreage that would be available. And I do understand the city is looking to replace the city hall. So ideally, if they could have allowed us to utilize that space to build the plant, that would be ideal. Because
Right.
we would be separated. We'd still allow for the plant to operate until we're ready to bring the new plant on.
Mr. Chair, if I may. Also, there's more space because we also just did demolition of the police department there. So that space wasn't available per se until we effectively removed the police department out of that space. And a large part of that area was the part of the police building in addition to their secure parking area, which is still in use.
Board Member Spears?
Yeah, no, I understand where the police station was and when the police station was demolished. I'm talking about the area that's in back of that. There's a huge piece of property, land in back of that, connected to the water plant. That's what I was looking at, not the old police station and its parking lot. I'm talking about the area that's right adjacent to the existing water plant, further north.
You did state that the footprint of the water plant was 10 acres versus the new site is 8.5. So that 1.5 acres where we're eliminating or removing the public works building that originally was going to go is how we're fitting the plant, I'm assuming, into the new site.
That's correct.
And the land that you're addressing, Dr. Spears, is the actual city land, not the utility district. It's the extension of it. Okay, city land. Okay, understood. Okay, additional questions?
No.
Thank you, Board Member Spears. If you guys could go back into the presentation, thank you.
Okay, certainly. And I'll try to be quick as we work through this presentation. But again, intent just to provide some historical text for you. Okay, so moving on to the third option. Again, we're just looking into the high-level concept standpoint. Is what if the city was to abandon its interest in developing its own water plant and to enter into a wholesale purchase agreement with someone else? At a conceptual level, what will be involved in such an initiative? Well, some of the key considerations from the perspective of the wholesale provider, the city, would certainly have the need to develop a water supply to provide to Riviera Beach. That would involve permitting, developing expanded use at a sufficient supply. Looking to develop a flood and supply system, and that would have to be permitted through the water management district. That permitting process can take.
I'm sorry, Mr. Grace. The microphone's kind of going in and out, Ms. Evans, if we could check with that.
Perhaps my voice.
No, I think the battery's going out. Or maybe we want to switch those two. There we go.
Okay, the wholesale, just imagine a wholesale supply, the existing plant someplace. First thing to establish, there's no supply that has this capacity sitting on the shelf to commit to any other entity. So that capacity would have to be developed. Both the supply, the transmission, the treatment, as well as the delivery of the finished product. Appropriate agreements would have to be negotiated, established, permits would have to be secured. The point of this collectively is that you're looking at a multi-year process to pursue any kind of engagement with another entity. From the perspective of Riviera Beach, the upside would be you get rid of the need to have to operate a water plant. You still retain responsibility for operating the system, running a utility, but you wouldn't have the day-to-day operational responsibilities for the plant. However, you'd still have to make significant investment in transmission upgrades to be able to receive the flows from this neighboring utility in the volumes required and to deliver it into the hub of your system. So that would involve transmission, storage, pumping improvements, and of course, the wholesale provider would have to develop that type of infrastructure also. You would lose a measure of direct control over your water supply. And of course, the delays that would occur could potentially have a significant impact on cost. One of the things to note is that with the passage of the PFAS regulation this year, that's going to create over the next 3 to 5 years a significant surge in demand for construction activity. We believe that that's going to create a potential significant period of escalated construction costs in the marketplace. So Riviera Beach today is in an advantageous position in that you're going to be ready to deploy and implement your treatment works well ahead of that surge. So we think that's a potential advantageous position for Riviera Beach. Another consideration is that any utility providing wholesale supply to other parties outside of the service area is entitled to a 25% surcharge. So that's also another consideration that would impact overall cost. So the bottom line is that the wholesale provider would have to develop the same infrastructure that you're looking to develop. There may be some efficiencies, economies of scale that may be realized. You would not need to necessarily duplicate certain facilities, maintenance facilities, administration facilities, etc. So there will be some cost savings in the margins, but you'd also be spending more money on transmission and pumping and storage. You'll have to pay for the cost of treatment. So those costs don't go away. This slide here provides a little comparison, where USD stands conceptually versus what would have to be considered a wholesale provider. For each of those major elements, USD is well underway with the design activities and on a trajectory to be able to have big firm commitments to price and move into construction without much delay. With a wholesale agreement, you'd be, practically speaking, looking at years of study, feasibility assessments, permitting, just to assess what's required. And of course, you'd have to enter into contractual negotiations before even the engineering could be established. So you're looking at significant delays in moving forward, and also you're looking at potentially a wash on cost. Some savings in some areas, additional costs in other areas. One of the things I took a look at the current estimated cost as it currently stands, and of course this is a work in progress. We're continuing to go through the design refinement process to value engineer savings into the project, and so this is a work in progress. What we attempted to do here is just to show a comparison of how some of these costs may be impacted if they had to be borne by another entity, a wholesale provider. And you can see most of the costs are, in all likelihood, comparable or somewhat more costly, right? Especially due to the escalation impact on any delays. Some of the costs would represent savings, the potential to eliminate certain cost components, like you have to relocate the maintenance facility that exists at the current site. You may be able to repurpose it for other purposes. The administration office you potentially could retain at the existing site. However, that would be at the expense of being able to reuse that site for other purposes. So again, collectively, you're looking at, whether you're paying another entity or doing it yourself, you're looking at a fairly substantial investment that will be required to advance a wholesale type of agreement. We also had the opportunity to speak to one of the potential wholesale candidate utilities. We spoke with the leadership, and he made the point that his existing water use permit actually took 7 years for them to secure through the water management district. And he made the point that there's absolutely no more surficial water for them. So if they had to enter into an agreement with Riviera Beach, they would have to reopen the permitting process. They'd probably have to go to the Florida and for everything, unless Riviera Beach was able to transfer its own surficial supply to them for treatment. His capacity was fully committed. It really would be a monumental undertaking. Even though they have an existing water plant, they're at the limited capacity with their injection wells. Their treatment capacity is essentially committed to their existing customers. So he essentially provided validation that much of the infrastructure would have to be developed just by others. So that doesn't mean that it's an absolute impossibility, but the detractors would potentially outweigh the benefits from moving in that direction. So we wanted to just kind of highlight for you what would be involved if the city was to pursue that kind of a direction. So, at a high level, the design is underway. Various packages are at various stages. You're going to see more information from the JV soon about some of the specifics. As each package progresses into GMP development, there's a negotiation process. And if both parties arrive at a cost that is satisfactory to both, is competitive, and the terms and conditions and costs align with reasonable expectations, then in that scenario, it moves forward to approval and construction, right? If the GMP negotiation process, for whatever reason, ends in a stalemate, or the city, the board determines that it's not in their favor, then the city has the option to off-ramp and complete the design and pursue a hard bid. So those options are preserved for the city in any scenario as the project moves forward. It's a key decision point at each GMP where the city wants to go from there. So, but the process, as you'll hear very soon, of developing the GMP is very much a competitive process. So a lot of the negotiation is really around markups and assumptions, and making sure that there's a common understanding of really what to expect in the finished product.
Mr. Chair,
Dr. Spitters, go ahead.
the value engineering, who is that being done by?
Well, Brown and Caldwell had provided a lot of value engineering input, and the JV also had resources on their end that similarly worked together to provide value engineering input. A lot of input has been provided. The JV team has been diligently working to evaluate the various VE proposals. Several have been a number. I think I'm losing connection here. A number are still under evaluation. So right now, the VE process is midstream. A number of savings have been identified and locked in, and there are also additional savings that are continuing to be evaluated by the JV team for consideration.
Mr. Chair?
Dr. Spitters, go ahead.
Mr. Evans, are there any plans for us to have a independent cost estimate done after the plans are complete and we have their final value engineering?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
That's working by virtue of through our owner's rep, and the JV team will get into how the costs are effectively derived to share with the board some greater specificities. If that's something that the board wishes for us to have another look, we can certainly do that. But as part of the slide, they do share how they get to those costs, and they are costs that are borne in the market.
And Mr. Grace, if you could just move it in front of you, talk directly into the mic. I think that's why it's going in and out.
Okay.
There you go.
Certainly.
No worries. I do have a question. The off-ramp completion, where it says 90%, at that time is if we decided as a board to go forward with a hard bid, we'd have to wait till 90% completion of design, because I was previously told that 60% would allow for us to possibly go out for a hard bid.
The 90% that's referred there is what is stipulated in the contract. But the contract does allow you to entertain a GMP at an earlier design point. So the Wellfield GMP that is currently under review, for example, is based on a 60% design submittal. And the subsequent GMPs that will be proposed, in two turn are all based on 60% submittal. So the GMP process, and 60% is not atypical for the industry. That's a pretty common point. But contractually, the base contract indicates 90%.
Thank you, sir.
Chair.
Dr. Spiritus, go ahead.
Okay, so basically, I'm reserving my decision on whether I want to recommend a independent engineering firm to come in and do a cost estimate based on the design and the numbers that are coming up by the engineering firm. We're talking about spending over $300 million. I think it's going to be worthwhile to do that at just a check and balance on a major investment that we're going through.
And if I may just say something in response to that point, I do believe it's an absolute essential thing. As part of our review process on the cost estimates, particularly when we get to GMP, one of the things we do is that we provide the drawings and specifications when they are available. We have an entirely separate group within the company of dedicated construction cost estimators, right? They have all the databases. They get down to literally the nuts and bolts of the job. And what we'll do is pick significant elements of the job, right, and have them estimate the job. They look at the material takeoffs to see if they're in agreement. They look at the unit prices. They build their own estimates from the ground up, right? And then when it's done, we compare it to what we're seeing from the GMP, from the JV team. We've done that with the wells. We've done that with select elements of the water plant. And generally speaking, the estimates are in pretty good agreement, within 5% plus or minus. In some cases, we think some of the prices may actually be lower than what our estimates tell us, but in aggregate, the estimates are pretty good. The takeoffs, the quantity takeoffs are in almost perfect alignment. Wherever we find any disconnect between what our estimates produce and what their estimates indicate, we would have a discussion to understand where's the gap. Are we double counting something? Is there an inadvertent oversight? So that's been the process up to this point in time. And of course, that's only kicked in now that the designs are progressing further and further, because as you suggested, it's important to be able to have a back check to make sure it's real. The unit prices that are being used are all reasonable and aligned with current market conditions. So in aggregate, we believe the direct costs are fair and reasonable and appropriate with our estimates, well aligned with our estimates. Well, the ultimate cost you pay is direct plus, various markups, overhead and profit, and various allowances, etc. So a big part of the negotiation process is to focus on those kinds of markups, and Matthew Schultz, can certainly weigh in on that if you like to dig in a little bit deeper. So there are two components of the work, right? The direct cost, what you actually pay to get the work done, and the general and overhead and all the other markups. Direct costs, we can...
Excuse me, Mr. Grace, I'm sorry. If we can kindly refrain from sidebar conversations, it's traveling up front, and we can, we're trying to hear Mr. Grace. Thank you. Mr. Grace, go ahead.
Certainly. So generally speaking, up to this point in time for what we've looked at, we're comfortable with the direct costs. Where the rubber hits the road is with some of the indirect costs, and that's the subject for, a fair bit of ongoing negotiation.
Mr. Chair.
Dr. Spiritus, go ahead.
I appreciate, Ms. Grace, everything you're saying, but I was an outsider during a lot of this process. I wasn't sitting here, but I was sitting on the other side. And I heard the price go from 100 million to 200 million to 300 million in 1 year. That's why I think it's very important before we authorize any contracts to anyone sitting at the table there right now, that we get an independent estimate on what the real costs are.
Certainly.
Thank you. Continue with the presentation, Mr. Grace. Thank you.
Okay. So what we'll do here now, I'm going to transition to Mr. Matthew Schultz, who will just give a little bit of overview of the design build process.
Thank you, Nigel. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I'm Matthew Schultz with Brown and Caldwell. I'm going to discuss not technical issues, but more commercial and contractual issues for how the water treatment plant is being delivered. Take you through a little bit of the history of how the progressive design build approach was selected, and then discuss with you all where we're at in that process. So where we start, when you're delivering a large project like the water treatment plant, you essentially have 4 different methods that you could deliver this project. And this slide that you see in front of you here describes the 4 methods in relation to the amount of collaboration that exists between the engineer that you hire and the contractor that builds your project. So on the far left side is your traditional project. That's your design, bid, build project. This is the type of project that you have, the city has done hundreds of times. You hire an engineer, you hire a contractor, you build the project. As you go to the right, the next step in the collaboration would be a construction manager at risk. This is similarly, you hire an engineer, you hire a contractor, but in this situation, your contractor is a construction manager and they develop a GMP like they would do in progressive design build. You hire that construction manager on quals, not on price, and you hire them before the design is done so that you have some collaboration during the design process where you're bringing the contractor in to inform the design process. The next step in that collaborative process is progressive design build. That's how we're delivering this project, the new water treatment plant. Under this scenario, you've got a project where you hire a design builder. They're one entity. They design the project and then they price it through a GMP process that I'll talk about in a little bit. And then the final and most collaborative process is a fixed price design build project. That's where you go out into the market, you describe the requirements of a project, you ask for a price for that project, and the design builder will design it and build it for that price, for that lump sum price. So let's see, I got to click this button here. Okay. So it starts with the owner, and the design bid build starts with the owner. And then you hire a designer. Like I said, you're starting with a designer. Designer designs the project up to 100%. So in a traditional design bid build project, the designer brings the project all the way up to 100% before it can be bid out, right? And then you start the bid process. Once the design is 100%, then you bid the process, you bid the project, you select a contractor, and then you enter into contract negotiations and then start the construction. It provides you the most input in a project because you have complete control over the design through the design process, but it's also the slowest process because there is no overlap between design and construction. So you're designing to 100% and then you're building. There's no overlap between design and construction. So it takes the longest. And it provides the least amount of collaboration between your designer and your contractor. So your contractor has no ability to inform the design about construction practices, materials, speed of construction, constructability, value engineering. There's rarely a design to budget, and you're also relying on your engineer to provide pricing information, which sometimes isn't as good as a contractor can provide. For a progressive design build, which is what we're using today, it starts with the owner. The owner hires an advisor or an owner's representative. That's what Nigel and I are performing as in Brown and Caldwell. We're your owner's representative for your progressive design build project. So we're together with the owner, and then you hire a design builder. And the design builder starts with the process of going through the design process. And then after the design process, and in this case, we're taking it to a 60%, then a GMP is developed. You set your price at that point, and then the design is progressed to 100%. I want to talk a little bit about where we're at in this process. So again, we're using a progressive design build process. I want to talk about where we're at in this process and how the costs flow out of this process. So we start here. Let me just use this pointer. So we're here. You can see that we're here between the 30% and the 60%. So we're ranging around this place. We're in the detailed design. In most cases, some of it we haven't gotten to the 30%, but in many cases we're in that kind of in that general area. A lot of the hard work is being done right now in shaping the direction of the plant, and in some cases, a lot of the hard work still has yet to be done. You can see that as the project progresses, the contingency begins to shrink, right? So when they estimate at the very, very beginning, so at the very beginning of the job, when there's little to no design work done and you really only have a slight idea of what the overall project is going to look like, you have a very large contingency. And then as the designer develops more and more detail around the project, the contingency starts to shrink and shrink and shrink. And once we get to the GMP process, the contingency should be set to where it's going to be minimal. And that's a way to look at it is like this. If you're starting in a house, like if you consider that you're building a house and you know that you have a square footage, say you want to build a 1,500 square foot home, and that's all you know. You don't know anything else. So at the beginning, when you estimate that job, you'd say, okay, it's a 1,500 square foot home. I'm going to price the home with, X amount per square foot, $2,000 per square foot. And that's what I'm going to estimate the cost to be. You have no idea what any of the finishes are. You have no idea what the floor plan is, just a rough idea, right? So that would be the very, very beginning. As you progress through the design process, the engineer starts to detail more of the project. So they start to say, okay, here's what the floor looks like. Here's what the material of the walls are going to look like. Here's what the roof looks like. Once those details are provided, then the estimators on the contractor side can say, okay, now I have some real meat to estimate to. Now I know that there's quantities of material that I can estimate. So I'm no longer just looking at parametric estimates. I'm now looking at quantities of materials. As the design progresses along, oops, what did I do? Oh, I pushed the wrong button. Hold on. Okay. As the design progresses along, the material, the details will be provided. There will be more details provided, and there'll be less assumptions made. So as less assumptions are made, the contingency shrinks. Okay. So we get to the point of the guaranteed maximum price. So at the 60% level, the contractor and the designer will bundle up the work. They'll bid it out, so they'll put it in bid packages. So in the case of the GMP that we're reviewing right now for the well field, one of the bid packages is a well drilling bid package. So they take that bid package, they bid it to contractors. They get preferably 3 or more contractors to bid the work, and it's open book, so you have the opportunity to see what the scope of work is and what the bidders submitted, and the contractor will then take that into their GMP and say, this is the cost of work for that line item. That GMP is then, with all of the elements of work added together, and that becomes your GMP with the contractor's own direct labor and general conditions and markup and contingency like Nigel described. The contingency at that point, once we get to this point where we're talking about contingency at the GMP will include a contingency line item. That contingency line item will be established based on a detailed risk register that describes all of the potential areas in which the design builder could potentially incur additional costs to deliver the project, and that will be calculated through the risk register, and the contingency then will be substantiated by that.
Yeah.
Board Member Spiritus, go ahead.
Okay, this is all great. This is all cookie cutter for building a water plant. I know my colleagues haven't gone through this. I've gone through this before. My question is, you took your pointer before and were showing us where we are percentage-wise. You were pointing at close to 40%. Is that the number we're at?
So there's different elements of the project that are at different percentages, and certainly the JV could answer in greater detail. We do have elements that are at the 60%, and we have a GMP currently that we're reviewing right now, and then there's other elements that are not as far along.
Mr. Chair, weren't we told 4 months ago that we were going to have 90% done by the end of August, September?
Let me go ahead. So the next phase of the presentation, we'll get into the details on where the project currently stands at each component. So I'm going to just move into that segment here because I think that's really kind of the meat that you'd like to get into. The one comment I'd like to make before I pass it over to the JV is, in looking at their overall scope of work, the design is obviously the major component, but there's also a significant facility planning component that was done, and that took a period of time, perhaps 6 months or so for the initial portion of the job. So while the JV team was authorized to commence work in January of last year, keep in mind that design did not commence in full earnest until much of the facility planning components were addressed. So, but it won't speak for them. Let me go ahead and just kind of pass it off.
So we're, from the date that they were you were given from this board and the city a notice to proceed, we're a year and a half into this in design. That's a long time to be designing a water plant.
So, Commissioner, I would say, we've certainly done a lot of water plants, and it's not unusual for the design of a major water facility to take a year and a half to 2 years.
Right, but this is a city of 38,000 people, 40,000 people. This is not Tampa. This is a small city. And I don't understand why a year and a half to build a water plant with the amount of gallons we're going to be producing is taking this amount of time. Just doesn't make any sense to me.
But even to that point, Mr. Grace, we were given a few months ago that we would be closer to 90% GMP by now. So the fact that we don't even have a GMP price is concerning, being that we said we would have at least, I thought it was 60%. I know Dr. Spear said 90, but I thought it was 60% by the end of August.
I'll defer to the JV to respond to whatever information was communicated to you previously. So let me just turn it over to you. You want to go ahead?
So I'm going to be going through reviewing our phase 1 design scope, and then I'm going to review what we've completed to date and what the next steps are. Starting with the design scope, the first 90 days, there was an alternative evaluation where we had a series of workshops to come up with and evaluate different treatment alternatives, options, and to establish the design definition for the project. That was task 2. Task 3 was the groundwater supply wells. Mr. Evans pointed out that we are designing 8 new groundwater supply wells. There's 6 Floridan wells and 2 superficial wells. We also have the new raw water transmission main for the Floridan well to the plant. And then we also have the tie-in of the new superficial wells to the existing superficial raw water treatment system or transmission system. Task 3 was the pilot plant testing, which was intended to occur over a 6-month period. Task 4 was various environmental site assessment work, geotech, and site planning activities. Task 6 was the preliminary design report activities, the basis of design. Task 7 was the design development phase. Task 8 was the permitting and environmental compliance phase. Task 9 was the concentrate injection well system. And task 10 was the distribution system pump station, reservoir, and various improvements for the finished water distribution system. And then task 11 was the public involvement assistance. So there were two different updates that the JV provided to the board. The first update was provided in February. The second update was provided in April. And I'm going to review here for the group. This is a little bit of a repeat of what we talked about in both February and April. But the original RFQ came out in June, and we submitted our statement of quals in July of 21, and we were awarded our contract in November. There was a 12-month contract negotiation period and board approval from November 21 through November 22. We were issued, as Nigel pointed out, our notice to proceed. We had our kickoff meeting in January of 23. We had, in the first 90 days, we had 4 different key workshops. The first workshop was on January 25th, basically 6-7 days after the notice to proceed. We had our building design and programming workshop. There were 4 different vertical structures that we had to program. We assigned the office space. We established the parking requirements for several of the structures. The first one was the Public Works Administration Building. The next one was the Fleet Maintenance Shop. The third one was the maintenance shop for the USD. And the fourth one was the membrane process building. So from that workshop, we established all of the site constraints that would roll into the next workshop. Prior to the treatment facility site layout, we moved that one back in the rotation because we learned at the building design programming that we had a lot of infrastructure that we were trying to put into a very small footprint. So creatively, we jumped to the preliminary treatment alternative workshop where we evaluated various treatment technologies for the surficial well system, included both membranes and ion exchange. And we did a deeper dive into the treatment alternatives, looking at capital costs, life cycle cost, O&M impacts. We made a recommendation to go with membranes for the surficial wells in March of 23. And then we had our treatment facility site layout in April. At that point, we established and we provided our first cost estimate to the USD. They call it the ROM, the rough order of magnitude opinion of construction cost. That was in May. We were developing conceptual layouts between April, which was the end of the treatment facility site layout workshop, all the way through October of 23. So there were 6 months that happened when we were trying to evaluate, and to your point, I've got some slides to help you appreciate what we were working with. I'm going to jump then to, at the end of that conceptual layout evaluation phase in October, there was a decision that Public Works Administration Building would not be put on Avenue L, and it would remain in its current location. I pointed out task 3 of our scope included the nanofiltration pilot plant, and it was supposed to happen over a 6-month window. I'm going to go into, I've got slides to kind of walk you through what happened in reality, but we went all the way from May of 23 all the way through March of 24. And based on the findings there, we still weren't comfortable. Okay, so what we did is we remobilized, and we have an extended pilot plant evaluation that started back up in May, and it's still ongoing today, and I have some updates for you. Moving on to the basis of design report. The basis of design report, the draft was submitted in October of 23, And we provided a cost estimate also in November, basically 1 month later, in November of 23. The interim basis of design report was submitted in June, and the final BODR basis of design report will be submitted with the permit to the DEP. Concurrent with those activities, we had the deep injection well permit application and the dual zone monitoring well that was submitted in February. That is underway. The early work package for the site demo was submitted and approved in February of 24, and we received our NTP in March. Related to the different parts and pieces of design, the groundwater production well design, we submitted our 30% in November of 23, our 60% in March of 24. Those documents were used to create our GMP. We advertised our GMP in April, and we have a GMP that we're going to talk about today that's being currently negotiated with the owner's advisor and the city. The 90% complete for the groundwater production wells was submitted this week in August 19th. Related to the water treatment plant design on Avenue L, we had our 30% complete submitted on April 1st, and the cost estimates associated with that was in June of 24. Now, when I reported out to the board in April, we were absolutely planning to progress our design, to your point, and submit our 60% documents in August. Okay. Now, what I also pointed out is that we were requested to pump the brakes because we were concerned about the cost of the project. And we were to work with our owner's advisor to determine what value engineering options were available to us to provide the same design intent for a more cost-effective solution. Okay. So that window has from April all the way through today, we've been refining our cost estimate, incorporating value engineering concepts into the design definition, and we're going to go through all of that here today for you. So my next slide what were our project challenges and solutions. Already talked about, there's two different categories. The first category was the water quality challenges that we had that I started talking about, and the second challenge that we had were the site constraints. And I'm also going to review various solutions. So what we experienced during the raw water pilot testing for the nanofiltration systems was a fouling that was occurring in the pre-treatment systems, okay? So you have your membranes, and you have a system upstream of the membranes called the pre-treatment systems that have to handle any water quality issues that are needed to make that water ready to be received by the membrane systems, okay? So part of what's typically done for a membrane sufficient water system is having cartridge filters located upstream of the membranes. And what you can see here on the cartridge filters, they're very white, they're very new looking. That's what they look like when they're new. Now here, this was another sufficient well pilot test that we had done on another community in South Florida. This was what we saw after just a couple of months of operation. Okay, this is the cartridge that's pulled out, and you can't really see it, but it is a little bit discolored. But it's not pristine white. It's a little discolored. But what we saw with our cartridge filters within a week of our startup was this organic and inorganic fouling that were occurring. Okay, now I know that there's been some discussion as far as, hey, this is a filter water plant. This is done all over the place. And what we have been doing, the JV, have been extending those pilot system testing to try to find a cost-effective solution. We can there's treatment technologies out there that are very expensive, and we are trying to provide a reliable, cost-effective solution for Riviera Beach. I'm going to walk through that with you.
I guess one side note, Steve, during the pilot test, we actually did ruin a set of membranes and they had to be replaced. So this pre-treatment system is going to be critical to the success of this project.
Madam Chair?
Can you speak into the mic?
Sorry
please?
about that. Yes, sir. As part of the pretreatment system, there's membranes that are downstream of this pretreatment system. We ruined a set of membranes and had to replace those as part of this pilot system. So figuring out a pretreatment system is going to be critical for the success of this project.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so what is it that's creating this problem? What are you finding in the water? Is it iron? What are you coming up with?
So we took our fouled membranes that he was referring to, and we took it to a laboratory to have a forensic evaluation done. And that's actually part of our basis of design report, the interim that was submitted. And what they found was naturally occurring organic material that was composed of about 75% of the fouling was due to that. And then to your point, the remaining 25% was due to inorganic fouling, like iron, okay? And the complement of the both of them really caused this, this challenge for us as the designers. And again, there's a treatment technology for everything. And what we're trying to do is try to find, we're looking at a whole cast of different treatment technologies, pre-treatment technologies. We're trying to find a cost-effective solution. And I'm kind of beating myself to the punchline because in my next slide, there has been an example of where there have been water quality challenges elsewhere in South Florida, okay? And in a similar situation, though they had water quality issues, they had slightly better, less problems with organic matter, but they had similar problems with iron, similar problems with high organic carbon and color, okay? So what the solution ended up being, this particular municipality had the same number of wells that Riviera Beach did, on the order of about 29 to 30. And that happens to be exactly what we have at Riviera Beach. There are 29 existing superficial wells. 9 of them are inoperable, okay? And you've hired a third party to work on 5 of those superficial wells, okay? We're going to cover that here in a little bit. But in this example that I'm giving you, what the solution was an aggressive well field rehab program, okay? And they initiated this well rehab program. It took about 2 to 3 years. And the membrane, once they completed their activities, they solved the problems with the water quality, and this membrane plant has been online for 10 years, okay? So the solution here is to have an aggressive well field rehab program, and that's where the momentum is heading here, which is very good. Over here to the side, the no action option, if you don't take any action, what happens is you fall into a more reactive mode instead of being proactive with good preventative maintenance, routine maintenance programs for your wells, for your raw water transmission mains. And it results in kind of playing whack-a-mole, okay? Trying to fix firefighting, fixing what's broken now. Let's go put money to try to fix that well. And it's not efficient, and it causes an increase in capital costs. And it does, it will shorten, if you don't fix them, it will shorten the life of your membranes, okay? And the idea would be to fix the problem and not treat the symptoms, okay? That's basically my message. And what we're proposing here today, how we're dealing with this uncertainty and what we found, we got two different challenges. You got the well water, and then you've got the pipelines, the raw water pipelines, okay? And what we found in our pilot, when we took the raw water pipeline out of the equation, we were able to successfully run our membranes to perform stable operations, or to provide stable operations. But when we had the composite water from all the operating wells of your 29 wells, there was additional oxygen in the water that caused more organic growth in the pipelines and caused us what you saw in the picture. Okay. So in essence, what you've currently done is you've hired a third party to perform this condition assessment of these 5 wells. I also understand the superficial raw water pipeline system composes of over 60,000 linear feet of pipe. Okay. 80% of it is ductile iron. Okay. That's preferred. You've got 18% of it, which is asbestos cement pipe. Okay. That's right. And the concern is what is the condition of those pipe systems? And part of your third-party assessment, condition assessment team is going to be taking coupons, cutting pieces out of the pipeline and repairing it and determining what level of tuberculation, what's inside the pipe, okay? Because we're able to treat the water from the well, but when it goes into the raw water transmission main, it causes problems, okay? So you've got the transmission main, and then back to the wells, there's also big challenges with you're losing your yield, you're losing your production capacity out of the wells, and what you're wanting to do is, perform that maintenance. Okay, that maintenance in the superficial wells. We were talking to our hydrogeologist just last week, and when you're pushing the well construction, when you install that well in a sand seam, you have to put well packs around the screen, and it requires maintenance. Okay, and the maintenance it can be intensive, but if you stay on it, it's manageable. Okay, and that the example that I gave you in the previous slide, that's what they've done, and they've been able to function very well for 10 years. Okay.
Sure. So the question is the 20% asbestos concrete pipe. What does EPA say about that?
Oh, the question is, for me, is what's the age of it? Asbestos pipe, concrete, asbestos cement pipe hasn't been used in the industry for many years. Okay. And when you're looking at when you're performing your condition assessment, you may want to focus your efforts on what that may be the first place you want to replace. Okay. Asbestos cement pipe is not being used anymore in the industry. Okay. So, in essence, I know you've hired a very good firm to do that for you. So that I'm sure is going to be probably one of the first places they're going to look and perform their evaluation and inspection.
Thank you.
Sure, let me ask a question.
Councilwoman
Yes, ma'am.
Lanier, Board Member Lanier.
Ask a question in regards to, because there's two things that are happening here. It's the new water plant, and then you're trying to make sure that the current operations can be conducive to something new. How do you work with the city current activities with what you're doing in terms of the new plant?
Right.
Because it seems to me that something is broke down here, because the city's current plant, and then you're working with the new plant to bring it, online. It seems like there's some disconnect there.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm gonna try to answer your question, and you tell me whether I've been successful. This impacts design portion of the slide. We have these challenges here. Okay. And how we're dealing with this uncertainty is we are developing an elaborate pre-treatment system that is cost effective at your new water plant. Okay. Now that does add additional capital costs. Okay. And we're still trying to refine that design so we can establish that design criteria and go to GMP. Okay. So it does have, until this well rehab program is complete, it's a function of how aggressive you as a utility are in performing the rehab. Okay. Again, you have to fix the problem, not treat the symptoms. And what we're doing here with this pre-treatment system, we're because we want to start this plant up in a time frame that Mike and we're going to tell. When is it? The construction go time? March. Okay. what we're doing in the interim is this is our contingency, this pretreatment system. And what we'd like to do, and as we're all discussing value engineering options, is to defer this expensive pretreatment system because you've got this wellhead done. It's been completed, okay? But the level of investment that's needed for that pretreatment, we are still refining, okay? We're getting closer every day, but the solutions that we're bringing to the table, they're cost effective, okay? Because we could bring forth treatment technologies that are don't provide that same level of cost effectiveness, and we would be done. We would have you a GMP, but we need to provide you as design builders a project that you can afford. Okay. Now, what we're hoping to do is this pretreatment system and the level of investment that can be reduced if that condition assessment is successful, it's accelerated, because it really will, and then just embrace that long-term preventative maintenance program, embrace that long-term, routine maintenance program of your well field and your raw water system. Now I'm going to ask you, did I answer your question?
Kind of, sort of. It's just
Okay.
that for me, I'm just looking at, you're talking about March of 2025 now. So that's another 2.5. I mean, that's 2 years still. I say that because, we started this whole thing, and you guys probably, you weren't here 5 years ago talking about a water plant. So for 5 years to have passed and we're where we are, and I understand the challenges with the, 1958 water plant. I do understand that. But what's happening for me is that even with these challenges, and I'm sure that you've probably seen worse than this, it still seems as if the time frame is moving so slow. And I understand that these are two separate issues. The city has to maintain, they have to maintain what they have. And that is costing money and that is costing time. And I understand that. And you have to make sure that it's done to be able to get into that system to be able to do the new water plant. And I understand all of those dynamics, but it just still seems as if it's moving at a snail's pace. And I'm following you, but it still seems as if this is just moving at a snail's pace. And I think that's my biggest issue with this is the time frame. And I understand one thing too, is that I remember, speaking with Nigel and him saying that, when it comes down to, value engineering, you got to build a new water plant, you got to figure out how much the boats are going to cost or how much the screws are going to cost. And you want to make sure you get the best price for that. I understand those are very minute details to get to a water plant. I understand all of that, but that is what you do. So it just still seems as if that process is taking too long to be able to effectively have something that at least at this point coincides with making our water now better.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chair,
Mayor, go ahead.
you want to address that?
Oh, I was just gonna, if I could, I was gonna go back in the presentation and so we talked about this conceptual layouts here. We're laying out your whole site at Avenue L. Okay, I remember I told you that there were two challenges, Councilmember Lanier. There were two challenges: the water quality and then the site constraints. There were 6 months that took place between April and October. Okay, and we're trying to lay out your site, which is everything in construction. We weren't just sitting on our hands. We were doing a lot. And in February and in April, I showed you our 3D BIM model. That 3D BIM model has been advanced, has been modified to incorporate all the value engineering options that have been brought forward and implemented. But this was another point that I wanted to bring up and maybe give you another sense of the site constraints. That's my segue. What you've done is really kind of give me a great segue. So what I have, this is Avenue L, okay? And Avenue L, this warehouse, that's actually not part of it. So what Avenue L is really right there, okay? And what we were doing was effectively taking what is in the 15th Street facility and the current water treatment plant site, which composes of 22 acres of infrastructure. And we were trying to put all of that infrastructure plus a new advanced water treatment plant on an 8.5 acre site. So it was a lot of challenges that we were dealing with. And until the decision was made to keep that Public Works Administration building in its current location, it did provide some challenges for the designers, the design builders, to go full steam ahead. Okay.
Answer
Sir.
that quick question. When was that decision made, and who made that decision?
October, and
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Uh-huh.
So that decision was made by me when the designers did come to me and express some challenges with regards to the site. And then we did an analysis with regards to the opportunity cost that it would invariably cost us to construct a new public works facility, and the savings by us maintaining the site, I think, was roughly about $30 million off of the overall construction project. And so we know that the public works campus that we have now, we acquired that site for a fraction of that. And, it is going to serve, public works and then any other departments that possibly even parks admin or parks facility in the future. So that was a conversation that I had with the development team, and we did the analysis, and it was cost prohibitive for us to place it on that particular site.
some of the other constraints that we had related to, we had some stormwater challenges. The parking was a particular challenge because once we incorporated all the programming needs, we had over 300 parking spaces that we had to provide and try to put in our Avenue L site, as well as the advanced water treatment plant. So it was a big challenge. We were looking at ways of developing the site vertically to try to save space, and we developed over 36 different layouts at Avenue L just to try to come up with innovative ways to solve our problem.
So this is the concern this board has, and I personally have. We went through conceptual layouts for 6 months, and to this day, we're not brought the information that we decided that Public Works was going to remain at the site. There was on and off conversations, but for it to take 6 months to go through conceptual planning, and then for our city manager to unilaterally make the decision to keep it where it was without bringing it back before the board. These are issues that we can no longer allow for. So this is why these monthly updates, as my mayor led with, is this real? Because there's no reason that we're in August 2024 and that we're hearing about this. So monthly updates, I don't even know if that's sufficient for this board, because this is a crisis in our community. And I thank you for the in-depth, detailed, oriented presentation on our consultant team and the development team. But we need to make sure that we clearly outline how we can get to a brand new water plant as quickly as possible, because a 6-month delay to talk about conceptual plans just to have it determined we're going to leave it as it was before is, I don't understand why it took that long. So if you want to continue with the presentation, unless any of my colleagues want to opine. Dr. Spiritus, please.
So clearly, the site posed many, many problems because of the size of the site, and that cost us many, many months of design, if not a year in design with reference to the site location. We can't go backwards now. Obviously, we have to go forward and deal with what we have. If we were doing this all over again, I for one, would not have voted for that site. But regardless, we're here now, and we have to make this happen. But my question is, when you were doing those studies of the membranes, did you find any salt water?
The more saline water is in the Floridan. Okay, that's the deeper aquifer. The level of salt in your, to use your expression, is moderate, but it's not considered brackish, if that makes sense.
That makes sense.
Yeah, the Floridan, it is brackish groundwater. Yes, sir.
So do you have any desalinization system set up for this plant?
Yes, yes,
do.
that's exactly, the RO system is what we're proposing. Yes, sir.
Great, okay, thank you.
Chair,
Councilman, Board Member Lanier.
let me ask a question. So you guys have built a water plant before, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And how long did that take?
Oh, did I lose my thing? Well, it depends on it depends on the size and
This
complexity,
the last,
et
this the
cetera.
last one you built?
Well, the last one I built was in Houston, and the design took from conceptual to GMP, it took exactly 2 years. And the construction it was broken up into phases. The first quarter of the plant needed to be constructed within 2.5 years. Now it was a very large water treatment plant, but that was the time frame we were talking.
Mr. Chair? But that was over $1 billion plant, right?
Yes, sir. 1.8 billion,
$1.8 billion plant.
sir. Yeah, it's a 320 MGD plant.
Mr. Chair,
That's weird.
so how many gallons is this plant gonna be proposed for?
This plant originally started to be 12 MGD. We increased the capacity from 12 to 14 MGD, looking at the water demands, and it's expandable to 16.
Mr. Chair,
Mayor.
question. So have we, the city, been the hold up? And be honest.
Well, I try to embrace collaboration, Mr. Mayor. We all have skin in the game.
Don't start.
Just be honest. Because if let's go back to, it's been a window that you guys was kind of shut down, right? What happened in that window?
Like, is he gonna answer the question? Like, I don't have time for this. Like, this is becoming painful.
What happened in that window? Why would you shut down?
Are you referring to the site constraints?
Yeah.
Well, what I attempted to try to communicate is we were limited in what progress we could make with the site layout, but we were advancing the design what we could that wasn't affected by the site layout. Okay. So there were various unit processes of the plant that could be accelerated while we were trying to lay out the remaining site, because we had another variable, which was the water quality, and we're trying to lay out the pre-treatment systems in this layout window as well. Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Mayor.
is the water quality we're facing now, is that killing the membranes?
If left untreated with a properly designed pretreatment system, it will shut down your membranes, and it will significantly affect the life of your membrane system. Yes.
How long would that take?
How long?
If we done nothing?
How long will it take to what, sir?
Shut it down.
Break down.
It took 2 days the first time in the pilot. It took under a week. Yes, sir.
So right now, facing what we're looking at, and we're talking about building a new plant, what's our best option to make sure that don't happen?
Our best option would be, and I have that for you in the schedule. We are proposing to have our 60% design completed in October, which will then begin, we will go to market with that and then go to GMP.
I don't think you answered this question. I think a proper pretreatment system. We've done one, didn't work. We're evaluating another one right now. That doesn't work, we're going to microfiltration. That's kind of a pricier option. I think we got a fourth one, right, also?
Yeah, there's an ion exchange absorption option too, as well. But Pretreatment system is a must. A properly designed pretreatment system that is specific to the type of water quality that we're experiencing here at Riviera Beach. What concurrent with that, we would very much like to see the well rehab program be accelerated as much as possible so the pretreatment system can be minimized.
What's that like accelerating that well water treatment? What does that entail?
The example that I gave you of a sister municipality here in South Florida, it took 2 to 3 years to rehab the same order of magnitude of wells that we have here at Riviera Beach. 29. Okay. We're constructing 8 new ones, 2 superficial, 6 Floridan, and the window that we're referring to, the different options we're evaluating. We believe very much that the solution that was selected in the first 90 days of the project is the right solution. We recommended it. We evaluated it extensively. We showed benchmarking information of other communities in South Florida that use Floridan or use membrane treatment technologies, nanofiltration for the treatment of superficial water. In light of what Mr. Nigel had reported out related to some new regulations pertaining to PFAS, the membrane nanofiltration system will very much treat and allow you to meet the established standards for PFAS removal.
May I?
Mhm.
I would think a second company pushing to help rebuild the wells would be beneficial. The time that we have is limited if we want to be able to put this plant online without a pretreatment system. So I think a second company expediting the redevelopment of the wells would be helpful.
Sure.
Board Member McCoy, did you have comments before?
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out where we go from here. This is becoming like we're just kind of seemingly repeating the same process, and every time we come back here, we're getting new information. These reports that have been spoken of, is that not a part of the duties that's already called out by the oldest rep engagement?
Mr. Chair, if I may,
Mr. Evans?
Mr. Grace, if you want to address any of those specific questions that the council may have.
Commissioner, would you repeat the specific question regarding the reports?
Yeah, so the monthly periodic reports, is that encompassed in the owner's representative engagement and scope that you have?
The monthly reports to the board? No, it's not currently included within our scope, but certainly we're certainly pleased and happy to report out to you periodically.
Well, hold on, I'm sorry. So the owner's rep, and I'm not going to be verbatim with this, you're representing the utility district's interest. So you're taking account that they're complying with the various components and deadlines within the comprehensive agreement in progress, correct?
Yes. The focus of our...
It was a question. Is correct mean yes? You said correct. Is that
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to ask another question. So what do you do with that information?
What do I do with that information? I regularly update the USD management.
They didn't engage you. The board authorized your contract. You know that, correct?
Yes.
All right. So I don't think I need to even say any further. I expect that gets done to us. Jonathan Evans runs the city. He doesn't run the utility district. There's 5 members of this board. So I want to make sure that it's clear that is to come to us as board members. I'm not interested in Jonathan. He's not a water professional. He doesn't know anything about water. You're engaged by the Utility Special District Board. And not to mention, it's well established that he doesn't even have the authority he's not even listed in the charter, okay? So going forward, I want to be able to have a direct conversation. And I don't like all of this middleman stuff. It's unconscionable that we have to sit here and I have to squeeze information out of the city manager who chooses not to even share it. Like when we get health department reports, and it's like we're the last to know. He has no role here. Have you ever reviewed the utility special district charter, Mr. Grace?
I will be sure to read it. I have
Please.
not.
And when you do, let me know what page you find the city manager's name on. But what is apparent in there is that utility special district board of directors consists of the members the 5 members and the mayor as an ex officio member. I would expect that since we are the ones that are authorizing your engagement and approve your engagement, that you report to us. That's not even something that I need to ask for permission for. That's inherent by way of your agreement. Because what I just don't like, it seems like we just spent over an hour sitting here talking about stuff that has apparently been occurring for the last 18 months to 2 years. And a lot of this stuff, we did get a couple of reports, but a lot of this stuff is brand new. And I don't want it to get caught in between the middleman, because perhaps you did see the video, but I find it pretty interesting that this is deja vu from 2016 when we had Lou Arajima as our utility district director, and then we just had Mr. Michael Lowe. But apparently there's sometimes a breakdown in communication. Mr. Evans just shared with us something yesterday regarding our fire stations that Kaufman Lynn responded with a 61-page letter. Well, the engagement between the city of Riviera Beach and Kaufman Lynn was done by this board. You think that letter gotten to us yet? So I'm asking you, as a member of this board, that if you have any communications regarding the monthly reporting status, that you provide it. Perhaps I'm speaking for myself, but I would hope that the other members would want it as well. But I am a voting member of this body, and I would expect that you provide it to the members that authorize you to perform this level of work. Is that fair, Mr. Grace?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm just going to simply say, Deirdre, I would like the same information.
Certainly.
And I believe that the rest of the board would also appreciate that if you can send it out to the entirety of the board. And I'm not speaking on behalf of my colleagues, but whatever goes to one board member, I believe everybody should be receiving the same information in a timely fashion.
Certainly.
Thank you, Mr. Grace.
What I can say, I will start putting together a comprehensive monthly written summary that will be distributed to everyone, and participate in periodic board meetings to
Follow up.
answer questions, etc.
Board Member McCoy, go ahead.
So, and I hate to be this detailed, but your engagement, is it billable hours?
Yes, we have a contract with certain defined authorized scope of activities, and we bill our time based on the actual work implemented.
Well, I know that this is very highly technical, and I'm getting a headache just listening to some of these fine engineers and yourself included, just trying to understand. And then it doesn't make it any good when I'm sitting here listening to acronyms and trying to pull up Google to figure out what it means. But as much as possible, without diluting the very substance and the essence of what you're trying to do, if you could at all, try to layman's terms as much as.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yes.
Chair,
Dr. Spiritus?
can you tell me when you first discovered the issue with the membrane?
Yeah, we took a while to, do we start it?
About June.
Yeah. June of 23.
June of 23.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Mr. Chair,
Board Member Spiritus?
I find this highly unusual and something that we should really be looking into, how we did not know about this for that long a period, because this is a major issue. That clearly is why we're not out to bid right now, or why we haven't already done GMP. Clearly, this was one of the major issues besides the size of the site itself. But this is pretty major, and hopefully we can get past this. Clearly, we have to do something right now, but maybe we need some additional engineers to be working on this. The same way you say we should have additional people working on the wells. Is there somebody that you would recommend hiring to help you resolve these issues? Are there people that are more experts in this field that we should be bringing in to assist you on this?
I'm going to answer that. So
what I would like to share with you in answer to your question is that CDM Smith is a fully capable firm to bring you the solutions that you need to solve your water problems, your water challenges. And if you decide to bring on, additional a third party to oversee that, I think that's what Nigel and his team has been doing. But certainly that's done sometimes in the industry. When the initial well was observed, what we were trying to do is using the scientific method, figure out, hey, what's the root cause? What is going on? And there was various analytical data that was collected to determine, what the water quality parameters were at all of your wells that were active to determine the root cause. And eventually, what we determined was, well, in the spirit of trying to identify what it would take to keep the membranes operational, we hooked up our pilot membranes directly to well 4, which was located right on site at the existing water treatment plant. And it worked successfully. We demonstrated stable operations, and we thought we were good. In reality, what was attempting to try to be done concurrently with our design was the USD, they were starting to look under the hood as far as what their well field, what rehab was necessary. And they determined different critical activities. But in reality, what we all acknowledged is depending upon when that rehab would be completed, we needed to have a tool in our toolbox that would be able to treat the water that was coming. Now, we can absolutely, as we pointed out, we can treat your water using your pretreatment waters. You can use microfiltration. You can use ion exchange with absorption. Again, those are more expensive options. We're trying to use chemicals. Okay, we're trying to use chemicals with pressure filtration because we've been able to do that successfully at other places. And we're changing out medias, and we're evaluating this. Again, we're trying to come to a solution that's going to be a cost-effective option for you.
Mr. Chair?
Board Member Spears.
So I'm just thinking that worst case scenario, microfiltration, do you have any guesstimate on the cost?
Oh, can I work on that for you? I'd like to not just spitball. Just a quick clarification, I think, to Councilmember Lanier's question. The design that I referred to for 2 years, that was after we had a basis of design report. It was 2 years from the basis of design report. Basically, the basis of design report is your the final end product of your preliminary engineering phase. It took 14 months to get to that basis of design report, and then another 2 years to get through the final design. But to Mayor Felder's point, that was a very large project. It was broken up into pieces, and the construction for the 80 MGD that was needed initially was completed in between 2.5 and 3 years. And I don't know the exact number. I'd have to go back and check. We got our GMP in June of 2019. And we got substantial completion, I think, December of last year. So I guess that's kind of doing the numbers. So anyway, I just wanted to clarify.
Mr. Chair. Dr. Spears, finish.
I think everyone here is looking for when is a new plant going to actually be operating and providing water, clean water, to the people in Riviera Beach. Do you have a guesstimate of what the time frame would be on that?
Yes, sir, we do, and that's actually part of our presentation. Okay.
Mayor? Mayor?
Can you give us a time? What's the time? But I had a question piggybacking on Pro Chair McCoy. The question was asked about, you guys knew about membranes being bad in June 2023. Who did you tell? Did you tell our owner's rep?
Yeah, we had biweekly project status meetings with.
Can you come out now? 2023, and we're hearing about this what, August?
14 months.
14 months. Who did you tell?
Well, there were several meetings, probably half a dozen meetings with many individuals within the.
Did this board know that since this board here? Did we know any of this, what we just found out?
Well,
The 14 months.
I was not interfacing directly with the board.
So who do you report to?
Well, the executive director of the utility at
Who
the
do you
time,
report to? Who's that?
Mr. Michael Lowe.
So, Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
Mr. Evans, did Mr. Michael Lowe report this to you?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Mr. Evans?
Mr. Lowe said that there was organics that were in the, in some of the membranes, and they were looking at alternative methodologies to effectively treat it. And I think even the JV said that they were going to do some lab work and bring in their expert to come take a look at, this particular. So they were going through different iterations as it relates to what treatment options or what was happening with the membranes.
Chair.
Mayor, you finished?
Come back.
Thank you. Board Member Lanier, go ahead.
I think that we probably will get to this in the next meeting, but my main concern is the water right now. This is good that you're telling us about the new water plant, and I know that you guys have to work in tangent with what's currently happening at the water plant, and that is pose some challenges for you to do what you need to do. But my hope is that you are working in tangent with the current staff at the water department, because right now it is about right now. And, we have these projections and we have, the new water plant coming online at some point. But right now, my concern is the water right now. And I know that we're going to have that discussion, I'm sure, in the next meeting. But you have to work in tangent with the current staff to make sure that what is happening now is not going to affect what is happening with you doing the new water plant. That is my concern.
Mr. Chair. Well, and the question to Haskell is our staff, you worked with our staff for a few years now, right? And I know Councilman Lanier, she's asking a question. I mean, is our staff capable? That's something we need to know, right? I mean, we've been facing this a long time, and you guys have been working, as I just heard you tell Councilman Spirit, is you guys can really come in and take over this plant. And we need to, I know we have U.S. Water and we have different people. We need to know what you guys can do also, because we just don't know right now, right? And like she's saying, is the water good now? But sometimes, if we don't fix the problem and we go over the problem, what's going to happen is the problem still exists. So you have to go back and find out, okay, why did this happen? Who, this whole thing, who knew what? I mean, just don't happen. And I know you guys come up and you're kind of afraid to really share what it is, but we as a board, we need to know what it is. This is, we react to water. We haven't been proactive in 5 years about water. We built fire stations, talking about police stations, talking about city hall. We ain't been proactive about water. Water's been an issue for the last 15 years. 40 years, but I mean, 15 years, it should have been done 15 years, it would have been cheaper. Right? And so it hasn't been a priority. And that's why I'm saying, that's why I made the statement or the comment start. Now, is this real? Because, we got some more stuff going on with the health department and we're trying to fix it up. But really, if you ask me, it hasn't been a priority because we're taking out bonds for other stuff. We voted for bonds for other stuff. And then we say, well, what the water gonna cost? So to me, we have not, and I said publicly, probably none of us, because we voting for bonds for 100 million here. And if water was a priority, we'd have put all that effort into water and did that first. So we react to the situation, and we're going to keep doing it. If we don't figure out what the problem is, go back and fix it, and bring liable people in to make sure that we're doing it the right way. And so, yeah, we do want clean water, but we want to find out why we get to the situation, or why are we in the situation right now for the past 5 years or 6 years that we've been on the board. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mayor.
I don't think it's a challenge to work with you guys. It's a challenge with your infrastructure. It's old. It needs to be maintained. You guys don't have great record drawings. You guys have been hacked and lost a lot of information. It has to be all redeveloped, recreated. We don't have water models that are proper. So we're having to reinvent the wheel to do this properly. We don't want to cut corners, so it's going to take a little bit of time.
So going back to you, we're starting over. See, this my first time hearing that. Like, we know we've been hyped, right? But to know, like, we don't even have stuff that we can look at. This is my first time hearing that. And that's what I'm saying. Being transparent allows us to know, okay, what do we need to do next? What do we need to bring in? And not, whoever said right. I mean, this is my first time hearing. We know we was hyping in 2019, but not to the extent that you guys can't look at previous stuff to know where we are. It has to be recreated. That's a whole nother, transparency that we need to know, right?
If the message is not clearly related to this board, we're the first line of defense when it comes to our community, the media, the public. They're coming to us because the only person that we have the ability to hire and fire is our city manager and our city attorney. So if we're just hearing this for the first time, that's where the concerns are. And I would agree, that's a concern with me, right? So if we're really going to look at the concerns, is understanding from our consultants. That's why we've asked for Mr. Nigel to bring in a team. That's why we're asking for this team to let us know how quickly we will get this done. And as my colleagues have said, when will this plant be up and running? Because I believe my mayor traveled out to a previous plant where you guys are telling us 2 years. This board majority was elected 2019. But to that point, our goal has always been, even when Ms. Miller Anderson got here in 2016, I believe, correct myself, priority has always been water. So the one thing that I can say is that we are concerned about addressing water. It is a infrastructure that is 25 years past its useful life. This is not an issue that we created, but we're trying to address it now. So even though my mayor did say that we had other priorities, yes, because everything was dumped on this board. And we're trying to be the most proactive board to address all of the concerns of our community without displacing our residents who have the third lowest median income, with addressing these concerns of infrastructure and making sure we get it done so that we don't have completely failing infrastructure in our community. But how do we do that safely and aggressively? Is with partners, but being well informed. And we're asking for clear, detailed information. If you guys can continue with the presentation so we can try to get through it tonight. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to cover, if I could, quickly the design. Like I covered previously what we've accomplished. This is what's coming. Currently, we have the groundwater production wells. We've got a GMP prepared. We're currently in negotiation with the USD, Riviera Beach, and Nigel's team at Brown and Caldwell. Avenue L, I know we covered the 30% complete. We've been as engaged as we absolutely can to do the value engineering effort to try to reduce that cost. That happened between April and September. We're going to be submitting the 60% complete documents in October of 24, at which point we will be creating our GMP. The GMP will be negotiated for Avenue L, and what you can see here, the GMP advertisement would be in November. We prepare the GMP, we submit, we advertise, and then we receive the approval of the balance of the plant work GMP in March of 2025, and we've got an estimated substantial completion one in Q4 of 2027. Okay, so again, the larger piece of the project would be, of course, Avenue L, and we're going to go into a granular assessment of that. But the other portions of the work are the Avenue U work, where we have the maintenance shop and we're building 2 of our new groundwater supply wells, as well as the raw water transmission main. We will have those 2 design packages complete, 60%, and submitted in September of 24. at which point we can include that. And I'll let my colleague here speak to the GMP schedule. But the other portion of that would be the finished water transmission main. The finished water transmission main, we have scheduled for a 30% complete. One of the challenges that we had there that Mike Hoisington had pointed out was there was no existing geospatial information, and we had to recreate that. It took time, and we've recreated it, and now we've modeled it, and there was a previous photo that kind of showed how we're going to be tying in the finished water system from the new plant into the existing City of Riviera Beach USD finished water distribution system. So you want to walk through construction?
Good evening, Mr. Chair, fellow board members. My name is Richard Gomez with the JV. I appreciate you guys allowing us to speak to you tonight. So what I'll do is update the team or the board based on construction activities. And if I go too into the details, please just let me know. But I'll try to stay high level to give you the critical milestone dates. So as my fellow colleague here mentioned, construction-wise, we anticipate being on site for the balance of plant in March. That being said, we're actually on site now to do the early site clearance. So we've been on site since June to start that work. What also has been mentioned this evening is a current well GMP package that's been submitted and it's currently under negotiations. If we get approval for that GMP, we are prepared to stay on site in September and begin that work. That work, it will last up to about 30 months. That is a separate path than the balance of plant work, which again will begin in March. Right now, we anticipate having water introduced into the distribution system Q3 of 2027 is what we anticipate, with the overall project completion estimated Q1 of 2028. So again, getting a little bit more in the details, as previously stated, the approval of the balance of plant GMP is anticipated in March of 2025. Again, that is with the 60% design completed for the balance of plant in October. That is going out to advertisement to the market. And as previously discussed, that's getting the competitive bids from the marketplace, collecting and consolidating those bids and submitting a GMP to Brown and Caldwell and the USD to then negotiate to have a NTP and approval by March. Some of the critical items that are on the plant site that we anticipate having a dried-in facility, a water treatment facility in 11 months. That will allow us to get into the facility to begin the mechanical work, the electrical work, and the components to making sure that we have everything installed prior to startup. What is currently challenging in the market conditions right now is the supply chain. There's been some areas where we have seen improvements. There's some areas that continue to be challenging. Those areas are electrical gear. Electrical gear continues to be a challenge. And right now we anticipate the long lead items for the project to be electrical gear, that being switch gear, switchboards, and the MCCs, which we anticipate right now upwards of 65 weeks. That is right now one of the critical paths of the project. There may be some opportunity to bring that back if we get that on the market sooner than the March date. But right now we anticipate, again, having a March NTP to then release that gear. Other early work activities that we anticipate, again, before even going out to the market, we're going to engage with the subcontractor community and really making sure that we get a lot of participation in that competitive bid environment. Site mobilization, again, in March timeframe, really looking at long lead equipment, making sure that we are efficient at making sure we get those POs out to the market and getting that long lead equipment released as soon as possible. And then again, some of the other critical dates, site grading in May 2025, and the foundation of the buildings beginning in July of 2025. The other challenge of the project that we are currently working through, again, is tied to the condensed site. And right now, there's a deep injection well that is near the ground storage tank that is a challenge with the two different subcontractors working side by side. So if based on that constraint, we have the deep injection well starting and being completed by the subcontractor who does the well drilling, and then the ground storage tank beginning shortly thereafter. So it's a finish to start relationship, which then drags out the project. That's another critical path element to the project. We are looking for opportunities to relocate those in an area where then they can happen in parallel. But right now, that is a constraint that we are working through. Other critical items, again, do around the water treatment facility. As I mentioned previously, working in the facility with the mechanical, electrical, that work, and having a dried-in building by April 2026, and working on those elements shortly thereafter. The ground storage tank and clear well is the item that I mentioned previously, with the challenge that we're working through with the deep injection well. Some other elements of the project, not just the water treatment facility, but other areas, is a raw water transmission line as well as a finished water transmission line. Right now, we anticipate those actually being separate subcontractors, pipeline subcontractors being specific. We're anticipating that work lasting between 12 and 18 months. There's approximately 3.5 miles of HDPE pipe for the raw water, and upwards of 4,000 linear feet, I believe, of the finished water pipeline. And again, critical dates that I've mentioned previously, having processed water into the distribution system by Q3 2027, and an overall project completion of January 2028. And now we'll get into the early work package as far as the package that we are currently working on site, and giving a brief update and some of the ongoing activities that have been going on.
Thank you, Richard. So the early works package was submitted back in February 2024. We received a notice to proceed in March of 2024 to start. One of the challenges was to eliminate all the fuel that was in the fueling station. I know the city worked on that, and essentially it was ceased on May 5th, allowing for the demolition of that structure to allow for investigations of the site. So what's been complete to date with the local subcontractors, I just want to point out that 57% of the contracted subcontractors were local MBEs or SWBEs. And the balance, however, are local subcontractors that have been great to work with. We've really enjoyed working with Point Break, Brown Electric, Radis, Glassglow, Core and Main have been some of the key subcontractors that we've been utilizing on site. So erosion control has been installed. As you see, the fueling station is complete. The debris removal that was out there has been removed. We've also located and removed all the abandoned utilities that were previously installed for the previous building that were out there. We also did find some unknown structures out there that we identified that to USD, and we did handle the removal of those structures. Also, we completed the installation of the chain link fence to complete the security of the site. If you, the next slide, you'll see there's photos of some of the progress work. So we do have a weekly coordination meeting with the subcontractors and the staff. We also publish a 3-week schedule so that the team is abreast of what's happening on site. So as you see in these photos, this is a potholing where we had some early work. ground penetrating radar. There were some abnormalities that were indicated based on that inspection. We brought this excavator out there to test and see what these abnormalities might be. And what was found as the abnormalities appeared to be capstone. We understand it's a naturally occurring rock that's in the area. It's mainly a sand-based rock, and that's what appeared to be on the results of that GPR study, ground penetrating radar. Also, you can see that the electrician, the Browns, are actively working on site, installing temporary electric. They've been instrumental in being able to coordinate with their relationships at FP&L to be able to move that forward very quickly. They have been a key asset, and we look forward to continuing to work with them. Something that's not shown up here, but is actually actively really working is we're doing additional GPR out at Avenue U. That's GPR is ground penetrating radar, where they take a radar and they pull it behind the truck and they test to see if there's any abnormalities that bounce back are indicated. That's being conducted, and we're also doing potholing out there this week to see if there are any items of concern.
So now that we've discussed schedule, we'd like to get into the cost of the project. To set the stage, there's two main challenges that we're seeing with the cost. One of which is the hyperinflation that we've experienced over the last 3 years. The other is the additional scope that has been added since bringing us on. So to give an example of the inflation over the 3 years that we were initially selected back in late 2021, there was discussions around the project, the plant itself being $150 million. If you look at this graph over the last 3 years for our work, the prices have increased over 22%. So if you escalate that $150 million to today's dollars, and then you increase that due to the additional capacity that went from a 12 MGD plant at 2021, which now we're looking at a 14 MGD plant, you're looking at roughly $227 million for the plant itself. So essentially, you're going from $12.50 per gallon back in 2021 to roughly $16, upwards of $16 per gallon in today's dollars. Again, this is just the preliminary numbers, and some of these numbers based on the 30% drawings are estimates, and what I believe Nigel and Matt walked the team through is kind of the process of the estimating milestones and then what a GMP looks like. So the 30% OPCC is an estimate. There is one more step before we get to the GMP, which is going out to the market. So we'll talk through where we are in two different buckets. The plant is in the preliminary OPCC phase, and there's some other elements that are in the GMP phase, which again have gone out to the marketplace. So that's real live, competitively bid market pricing.
Thank you, Richard. Next slide is the cost trending. So the JV has submitted 3 estimates to date. So we did initial 10% ROM estimate. It's based on the conceptual design. It was based on 12 MGD. That was submitted back in May of 23, and it ranged at $301 million. Then we had the next estimate based on
Chair.
Yes, sir.
Board Member McCoy, go ahead.
Can you help me out with ROM? What does that mean? Because
Rough order of magnitude.
I'm sure everybody
Yes,
up here knew that.
Sorry about that. The next estimate was based on the
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Board Member McCoy, go ahead.
Can I have a definition for that? Like, I'm in the spelling bee. Yeah, what does that mean? You said it so quickly. I mean, we're late individuals, so
sorry.
Thank you for the actual explanation of what ROM means, but now I need the definition. And is there any alternative pronouncements? Can you use it in a sentence? Thank you.
Councilmember, rough order of magnitude, when you have a 30% set of plans, you're able to do a bottoms-up estimate where you do quantity takeoffs and you use unit prices to develop costs of materials, labor, equipment, et cetera. The ROM was a concept design, and it's parametrically derived. Okay, like cost per square foot. Rich can talk more about it, but it's not a bottoms-up estimate. It's parametrically derived.
Moving on to the next estimate that was submitted was the draft basis of design estimate that was submitted in November 23, and that was 349 million. There was no pretreatment system envisioned in this estimate, as we were trying to figure out a solution still at that time. And also the MGD increased from 12 MG to 14 MGD, and that was driven by a report that was provided by South Florida Water Management District, the water use permit. And it was also coordinated with the population growth.
Mr. Chair.
Board Member McCoy, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Evans, perhaps Ms. Nguyen, what was the change order amount that was authorized? Because it seems like we went quite a bit in terms of changes.
There was no change order. As far as our phase one contract, this is part of the phase one services. So when each design milestone comes out, we then estimate what that project looks like. So essentially, the procedure, you continue to estimate the project. So once you get to the GMP, you avoid surprises. And as previously mentioned in the presentation, is you're designing to a budget. And so that's not a change order to the current phase one services.
I got you. Okay.
Then the current estimate that's been submitted is opinion of probable cost. The preliminary, this estimate did include a pretreatment system. It's still being evaluated for the best option to be able to handle the raw water characteristics. And it also does take into future consideration for additional RO capacity.
Mr. Chair.
Dr. Spears, go ahead.
So while you're talking about the numbers, the microfilter, where is that in this?
We have not evaluated that option yet. We are still trying to find the most economical option. That is the last option that we're going to evaluate.
Shouldn't we be looking at the worst case scenario in evaluation? Because we know that that will work. The others you're first looking at right now and trying to decide whether they'll work.
Yes, sir.
So that's going to be my action item, and I'll report that up through the USD and Mr. Jacobs. Mr. Evans, sorry.
So that estimate is right now at 358 million. There was a handful of value engineering components that have been selected and agreed upon to be able to still provide a functioning 14 MGD plant with future capacity of 16. So we incorporated that on the next slide. It's kind of a list of a handful of the VEs that we've worked with Nigel and team to incorporate and reduce the capital cost of the project. However, that is also pushed out the design deliverable. We were hoping to be able to deliver a set in August, September of this year, but incorporating these VE changes have pushed out the design deliverable date. We're also working on, we still have additional VE options that we are working with the USD and Brown and Caldwell on to evaluate, to continue to find additional savings for the residents. So now I'd like to go over the summary of the future GMP packages. This is what the 30% estimate is currently showing for the overall project cost. We'll get into each detail of each of these. So the first item is the groundwater wells. This GMP was competitively bid out to the marketplace. This GMP will include 2 superficial production wells, along with the necessary raw water piping to connect to the existing feed piping that feeds your existing plant. It also includes 6 Floridan wells. This is a new alternative water source for this project and for the residents because there's no more sufficient water allocation. It also includes a backup generator for well A and the FAS well at the Avenue U. What's included in this package is all the wells include control panels, the well pumps, concrete fencing, and the mechanical piping associated for that functioning system. So like I said, this was competitively bid. We broke down the bid packages to specific subcontractors that could easily be able to bid out these and provide a competitive price. So as you can see, these are the bid packages that were solicited. Prior to the bidding practice, we did actually have a public outreach to try to drum up local support for this. And as you can see, here is, so the bid package A, which is the well drillers. We contacted 5 well drillers. 3 of them chose to provide a price. The low bidder was Florida Drilling at $14.9 million. We also had 2 other bids that were competitive, but they were not recommended because of the price selection, the pricing. The site work package, it was, we solicited 23 bidders in the area, only 1 responded. Again, this is a challenging scope of work because of the duration, the amount of mobilizations and demobilizations. So only 1 respective bidder chose to respond. His price was $1.6 million. It was Locks Construction. The JV recommends awarding to him. He is a local Palm Beach County SBE subcontractor. The next bid package was the electrical. We solicited 3 bidders and we did receive 3 responsible bids. The low and recommended bidder would be the Brown Electrical Solutions. They are also a SBE MBE subcontractor here in Palm Beach County. The next package was the instrumentation. We solicited 3 bidders, only 1 responded. It was CDM Smith, one of the JV partners. We do recommend award to them as their pricing was in line with historical data that recommends that we would recommend awarding them. The next bid package was the fencing. We solicited 12 bidders, 2 responded. The low bidder was Tropical Fence. Again, they're an SBE, WBE subcontractor here in Palm Beach County. The next package was yard piping. There was 8 solicited bidders, 4 responded. The low bidder was Haskell. Again, as just a side note, Haskell and CDM, we submitted our proposals 24 hours prior to, so there would be no conflict of interest. We submitted these bids through an electronic submittal system, so it is time and date stamped. If ever there needs to be information provided, we're able to provide that. So again, Haskell would be the recommended bidder for that proposal. So that all compiles up. That's the competitive nature of the GMP package. We submitted that to Brown and Caldwell with the supporting documents for him and his staff to be able to review those. He's going through an active evaluation and negotiation with the JV. And like he said earlier, his staff produced their own estimate, and they were within, 5 to 7% of our estimate. So it was, at this time, he's agreeing with it. However, he is negotiating some of our cost that is associated with that GMP package. The next component.
Chair.
Yes.
Ms. Anderson, go ahead.
So the 358,000 is around, around the total, right? 356,000.
Yes, ma'am.
How much did you say the water plant was in Houston? 1.8 billion?
1.8 billion, yes.
And they have about 2.3 million population, is what I see. So the math is not making sense here for me. How do we get here? I mean, I see the bids and all of that, but why is that different?
We've done comparisons for advanced water treatment plant systems in South Florida, and it'd probably be good to provide that data in addition to the information that Councilmember Spiritus has requested. Because I think what you'll find is that the pricing for advanced water treatment plant in South Florida is in line with what we're seeing here today.
One other component that Steve didn't mention, the water plant was 1.9 billion. How much was the raw water intake? 720 million? And then the pipeline to convey that was another $2 billion. So just the water plant was a small portion of that. So overall, that project was what, $5.5 billion? So overall, yes, to make up it, our price includes all the accessories that are necessary. So we need a raw water coming in. We need to then be able to distribute a finished water out. We're adding a lot of infrastructure into your city that's costly.
All right, thank you.
Oh, Chair,
Board Member Lanier.
I'm gonna have to agree with my colleague with this. 356 million?
Oh, I said 1,000.
I
don't
know.
that.
And yeah, that's a lot in terms of where we were. And I understand inflation. Trust me, I do. I understand inflation. I understand costs that are going up, and I understand that we're in South Florida. But that is almost double the amount. It is double the amount that we started with, and that's in the last 3 years. And it's not like it's been the last 10 or 15 years. It's the last 3 years, and the amount is actually doubled. So I'm having some serious heartburn with this new figure that I'm seeing. But keep going.
So the water treatment plant portion of the 356 million is 214 million. What's included in that water treatment plant also is a new administration building. It's roughly 18,000 square feet. It would house the operational staff that is necessary for the functioning and operation of the treatment plant. Also, it's going to include a laboratory that will be used to be able to test the water from not only on the treatment plant, but also in the distribution system and also the raw water system. So at this plant, it's an advanced water treatment plant, so it is going to be able to handle the new regulations for PFAS removal. Again, it's versus 12 MGD, it's 14 MGD. It also includes a raw water pretreatment system. There's also a booster system that would have to boost the water pressure prior to entering the RO membranes or nanofiltration system. There's also a chemical system that is necessary for pretreatment and post-treatment. There's electrical buildings, degasifiers, and also backup generators to be able to function during a storm. If you look at the cost per gallon, we're in the 15 and the 15.3 cost per gallon, which is in line with market trends for the water treatment plant. Another component of the project would be a high service pump station along with a ground storage tank. The plan is five pumps. They are 6 MGD vertical turbines, and they are controlled by variable speed drives. It's going to include the influent and effluent piping necessary to be able to supply the residents with the water. And what is proposed on the site is a 5 million gallon ground storage tank. The size of this tank, it's 44 feet tall on the side, and at the peak, 67 feet tall. It's 140 feet in diameter, so it's a rather large tank. But that's going to be critical during fire flows or line breaks, and also any power outages that might interrupt operations of the RO or nano. You'll have backup systems that will be able to continue to provide potable water to the residents. Another component that's necessary is with the new alternative water supply, the FAS, Florida Aquifer System. There's going to be a new raw water system that needs to be installed. As you see, it's the pink lines. The red lines that are shown is the railroads. So we, as part of this, we did do a evaluation to figure out the best routing, the most efficient and cost-effective, and this is the routing that was determined based on that analysis in the meetings. But it's 3.5 miles of HDPE that's going to be run throughout the backbone of the city. There's 5 directional drills that have to be coordinated under the FEC railroad, and there's also 2 channel crossings. This is, Spiritus, this was one of your questions about the finished water transmission line. We're going to have to run roughly 3,500 feet of HDPE piping back to the existing water treatment plant to be able to pump that finished water out to the residents. We are proposing micro tunnels, a micro tunnel to cross under the Barack Obama Highway and the FEC Railroad. And we're going to come up into a portion of the city's land and then transition under Blue Heron onto the existing plant. One of the challenges that we're going to run into is the asbestos pipe. The drawings that we have to date indicate asbestos. That's one of our challenges that we have to overcome, that we have not figured out a solution yet. How far are we going to have to chase that pipe to find a suitable section that we can tie into? That's a challenge.
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead, Dr. Spiritus.
any chance of lining that pipe?
I don't think so, because we would have to take it out of operations temporarily to line it. And with that being the main artery that feeds the system, we'd have to figure out a workaround. So some of the last components was owner allowances. This is requested by the USD staff. This is, cover building permit costs. Hazardous material removal. We assume that there is going to be some based on some of our initial conversations with plant staff that have been here for a period of time. There's also IT allowance. I understand there's a pretty large IT portion that was installed at the fire department. We were asked to carry a large allowance in the contract for that to be installed at the new water treatment plant. There's also spare parts that are going to need to be procured as backup in case of a failure that will be able to quickly be able to remediate the repairs that are necessary. There's also laboratory equipment that needs to be procured and special inspections, and then finally the initial chemical filling of all the tanks. That's roughly $5 million. And then at the end of the plant, once the water's being treated in the old plant can be taken offline, we've received an initial estimate from a demo contractor of roughly $4 million to demo this existing treatment plant and be able to turn over the land so that'd be ideal for someone to be able to procure it and develop it. So again, at the current water treatment plant is a maintenance facility. However, one of the VEs that was discussed with USD and Brown and Caldwell was reducing that allowance or that cost and figuring out a way for the maintenance staff to work at the current Public Works building. However, there is some development that is necessary at Avenue U for the wells and also pipe storage and aggregate storage. And also some of the transformers out there are aging and need to be replaced as they're in the way. So I know, Spiritus, you were asking about the level of detail of these estimates. And as you can see, so this is just a snippet of one page of some of the detailed estimates. So the estimate that we turned over to Brown and Caldwell back in June is 118 pages that are similar to what is shown here on the screen. So that's the amount of detail that Brown and Caldwell is having to go through and that we're willing to provide as backup to show that we're not just pulling these numbers out, out of air. we're actually also working, we got 42 pages of proposals for process equipment. So we have backup from the marketplace to support the value that we're carrying. That is budgetary pricing right now. However, when it comes time to go to GMP, we will competitively bid that. We will put it out on the marketplace. We will ask for buy pricing that they will honor, and we want best and final. That's what we will seek, so we can be able to spend the dollars wisely for the city. And again, we're going to present this in an open book, so you will receive copies of all this. You'll be able to do a page turn. We'll be able to sit down with you and evaluate and have those conversations. Prior to that GMP, we will have an additional subcontractor outreach, because we want to be able to get as many local subcontractors. The ones we've worked with on the early works package, it's been great. We want to be able to keep as much money local as possible, but there's going to be some specialty contractors that are just not available locally. So I guess I open it for questions about the detailed estimate, because I know you had some earlier.
Chair,
Spiritus, go ahead.
there's really no point until you get further on into the design.
Yes, sir.
Chair,
But go ahead, Board Member Lanier. Oh, this is the work.
I think my anxiety just went through the roof. It is off the charts. Because at this rate of this doubling of the cost of this water plant, we'll be, what is it, 3.5 years, 2028? You said January?
January 28th.
Yeah, and we're looking at 3 years, 4 months, 40 months. And if it holds true with the same what we have now, it'll be $500 million by the time we get to the end of this thing. And I understand you say about the value engineering, and when you do this to try and lock in the prices so that you don't have to, go over so much at the end. But the way that this is looking, we really need to get to the point where we can lock in some prices, because what's happening is that this is going off the rails in terms of this amount of money. And I understand that we need this. But this has anxiety all over it in terms of how we're going to get to that point. But you can go ahead and finish up this presentation.
Mr. Chair, may I
Go ahead.
respond to that? In regards to the price, one of the things about the GMP is you lock in the pricing. So it doesn't carry all the way out until 2028. We are submitting the GMP Q1 of next year. In the GMP, a portion of the GMP, there's escalation that's carried out and projected through the end of the project. So essentially, although that the timeline for construction may be until 2028, the pricing, the guaranteed maximum price, the GMP is locked in 2025.
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead, Dr. Spiritus.
So are we going to get a bond to guarantee those pricing?
A bond, yes, we have a bond for the project.
But there'll be a bond guaranteeing the pricing. You're not going to come back to us and say, well, we had another 20% increase in inflation, so the prices that we got are no longer, the contractors aren't going to hold them, so we have to add that on.
There are contract terms that the GMP is submitted under, but we do have a bond as far as payment and performance bond.
Now at this time, we get to hand it over to Ralph Tillis to do a portion of the presentation.
Remember Lanier?
This reminds me of a project that we have in the CRA. Every time I see it, it's something different. Every time I see it, it's more money. So we're going to have to get a handle on this, because, there's a performance bond, but there's also how are we going to pay for this? And we're going to have some serious conversations about how we're going to pay for this, because we need it. But this is a lot of money. And I understand because what we're doing is that we have this 330 odd million dollars on the table, but we also have what we need to have to be able to maintain what we have to get to that point. So we're talking a lot of money here. So I see Mr. Sherman coming up, so I definitely want to hear about how this is going to work.
$12 to $16 a gallon now. It's gonna be a lot more than. No guarantee on that. There's no cap. There's no guaranteed cap.
I'm going to introduce Rob. Yeah. Good evening, Board. Randy Sherman, District Finance Director. I'm going to turn this presentation over to Rob Ori. Rob Ori is from our rate consultant from Raftellus. Some of you are familiar with him. He was here a year ago presenting the rates for last year, but I'll turn it over to Rob and he can give you a breakdown.
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead.
Yes.
I'm not inclined to hear this. I would ask that we delete this from the agenda. I mean, at this point, I think we've already got hit with enough. Now you're gonna sit here and let's go through this whole presentation about now we're gonna have to, on top of the 27% increase it. I mean, how much do we have to deal with in one night? I would move that we delete this item from the agenda. We'll see Mr. Raftellus another day. Well, that organization another day. That's why I'm at. I mean, but that's me being courteous because what I'm about to do is pack up and leave because I still have to. I mean, this isn't even a regular meeting night, and the obligations that we've been having to do here between Wednesday, Thursday, Friday last week, I think this is a little excessive, especially hearing something like this. I don't think I need another, something else heavy like this tonight. So, I'm not interested in hearing it.
Mr. Chair?
Curtis?
Can we just know, we asked Randy, we asked you months ago what the cost was going to be for what the rates were going to be in order for us to be able to pay a bond off for 350, 400, 500 million dollars. Can you just tell us what those 3-4 numbers are?
Mr. Chair, I'm going to be exiting. I'm not here. Seemingly, they make up stuff as they go. Like this, ain't no rhyme or reasons to none of this stuff. I might as well be the UD director. I made a motion, Mr. Chair,
I'm sorry, you made a motion to,
to remove this. So
motion's on the floor. Do we have a second? I mean, he's calling to it.
This is the most important part for me.
what's important?
Yeah,
Oh, so this is important.
it's important.
Right,
How
but
this is going to be paid for.
Is this not something that we could have, I mean, we got a whole entire another meeting that we're set to have. I'm sorry, you came in 2 hours late, but
No, I didn't come in any time late for this meeting. This meeting started at 7 o'clock and I was here for that meeting. I did not come to the closed executive sessions, but I'm here for these meetings. So I did not come late. But I do want to hear about how this
Go
is going
for
to
it.
be paid for.
go for it. You don't have a water bill anyways. Go for it.
Yes, go ahead, sir. I'm sorry, Chair.
Presentation.
Good evening. I'll be very, very brief. For the record, my name is Robert Ori with Raftellus Management Consultants. We've been doing rate consulting work for the district for a number of years, and it's a pleasure to be here.
If you could come a little closer to the
Oh,
microphone.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
As you know, the estimated cost for the project's $359 million, I think it is. We recognized a bond issue or a financing, because right now, because you have to issue debt to finance this, closer to the 396 million. We added in the well rehab cost, about $30 million that needs to be added in as well. Additionally, we also looked at your system outside of the treatment plant. You still got wastewater projects, you still got to pay your ECR bills, you got your water plant, your water distribution lines and customers you got to maintain. It's all built in. This chart shows you what the identified rate adjustments are right now in a worst case scenario. There's two options on here, and I'll explain those in a second. The first column you see to the left entitled approved rate adjustment, that's what the district adopted last year. You adopted a 5-year adjustment, and the first year of that is in effect. I believe wastewater was 27% increase. I think one of you all mentioned that, and water was 20%. The 20% rate adjustment for wastewater, then, just so you have an idea, that was to kind of correct and start paying the ECR for the R&R funds that we were not paying earlier, increased inflation, the cost of operations, et cetera. And the water was 20% to start moving us toward tonight, basically. We did not have a cost of the project at that point last year, as you well know, and we started off with a 20% adjustment, and then you can see here. Option one, what that assumes is you issue 2 tranches of bonds, one on April of 2025, consistent when the construction starts, and another bond issue about 9 months to a year later to avoid interest costs. So that's phase one, and interest would start immediately. You pay interest only until construction is complete, and then you start paying debt. And that's the percent rate adjustments for water that we have identified. That's the primary. Option two is we do not pay interest from rates in the very beginning. We capitalize that or fund it from bond proceeds and defer that payment out in the future. And that allows us to phase in rates over time. Again, a worst case scenario on this. And those are the type of rate adjustments we are seeing right now.
Spears, go ahead.
I'm looking at your chart here. Are you trying to tell us that we're going to raise our rates 100%?
Yes. For water, yes. Sewer, no.
Well, I don't know how much you know about our wastewater, but my understanding is our wastewater system is in worse shape than our water system. So that's coming. So you're telling us we're going to raise to the residents 100% of the cost of to their rate right now.
Based on the capital costs that's provided to us, and again, the worst case scenario, we're seeing water rates. Let me say it to you this way. Your utility system revenues right now are about $37 million with the 2025 rate adjustments built in. The debt service on these bonds, when you factor both of them in, can range from $28 to $30 million. Just the debt service. We have increased O&M expenses, et cetera. And so that's what we're trying to do, is develop a plan to phase this in over time and allow other things to happen. What could happen? We could get grant funds. That's a benefit. We could have higher growth in impact fees. I have not factored in increased impact fees in this analysis. By way of example, you saw the water plant cost of $360 million. I'm going to round it, $360 million. If you think about the capacity that's remaining to serve new development, that could be $8,000 in ERC or a single family home per se, which I'm starting to see in the industry for those entities that are building new facilities today. These impact fees are going from 2,000 to 8,000, 10,000. Colliers going to 12,000, just to kind of give you an idea. $8,000, say 3,000, 4,000 units, is $50, $60 million. That's a lot of money. And that could serve to offset these rate increases. That's what I hope has happened. That's why I'm calling this the worst case scenario. You have higher growth. If there's the sale of property, that there's proceeds back, that would be a benefit as well. Interest rates are also falling. We've got a fairly conservative interest rate. I worked with your financial advisor in the last 2 bond issues to help get a structure right now. And if interest rates fall, that's a big number, as you can well imagine. When you got $360 million of debt, 1%'s a lot. But yes, that's what we're seeing right now with the program as it is today. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but that's what we're seeing right now.
Mr. Chair.
Spears, go ahead.
I appreciate everything you're saying. This is probably the first time that this council or the people in this city understand what they're getting into and what the costs are going to be, and I appreciate your being honest with us. Thank you.
And when you look at this on a combined water and sewer basis, because almost all your customers are water and sewer, the increases range on option 2 about 15% per year, but it's 5 years right now under the worst case scenario. There's other financing vehicles out there that could help with this, but you have another issue, and it's going to be very difficult for me to explain this. And the issue deals with what's called an additional bonds test. You have to meet certain covenants in your bond resolution. I know what you all know what that is. When you issue bonds, you have rate covenant and debt service coverage. I know you all have heard that. I've presented that to you before. But the additional bonds test is a test that basically says that you have to meet the maximum debt service payment on the existing debt, parity debt issued by your bond resolution, plus the new debt. And the debt we have right here is parity debt. If you go to the route of WIFIA and get some maybe preferable financing, that's still parity debt. And you have to have rates adopted in place to meet that ad bond test. They don't have to be in effect, but you have to adopt them. And the reason why I'm bringing this up, if we have a 3-year window, 2.5, 3-year window of construction, we're going to have to come back and adopt those rates. And so we do in phase approaches on debt, we can phase that in and keep bringing you back plans. That's kind of what I'm trying to bring to you. But I want to tell you that we can't say no rate increase and say yes to this without that. They have to go together because we can't finance it. That's the point I want to make, and that's very critical. And it's just a test. You don't have to have the rates in effect, but you have to have the rates adopted. And we did talk to your bond counsel about this, and they agree. But if you look at the first increase, I'm trying to go real fast. I know it's late.
No, you don't have to go fast.
Oh, okay, thank you. I was really good at no, I get it. But if you look at this graph, this would be the 2025.
If you could take it back one slide, please.
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
Take it back one slide.
Take it back one slide?
Thank you.
Hopefully I'll do it right
I
here.
saw some estimated.
Oh, here you go.
There we go. That's what we want to see.
This is the dollar value of the slide that you're going to see next. Your current rates are water, sewer combined. Your customers generally receive both services. It's about $85 a month. I'm on the road called existing system rates. The upfront, the higher rate adjustments, which is option 1, again, that's paying debt service right away, interest only, would go to $109, and that's about a $24 increase. If you can phase the financing over time and lower those payments up front, which we've done on option number 2, it's about $20, $19 an increase. The utility average on this page right here is $86.96. That's that dotted line. And that is the last line that you see where it says other survey utilities. I will tell you, even with this is the largest adjustment of them all. You are not the highest. I'm not saying you're not high, but you are not the highest in the area. And I can tell you, almost every one of those utilities are raising rates. This is if you look at the light blue and the light orange to the right, that would be the proposed rates in 2025, assuming they're implemented right away. And all those utilities, those are 2024 rates in effect today. And I can tell you they're going to rise. And several of them are going to rise a lot because of their construction programs, and the need to finance. That's just year 1. And this is what we're seeing right now in terms. So the objective is to try to lower that capital cost as much as possible and phase in the debt service increase while meeting your covenants to allow this to occur, allow these other benefits, impact fees, grants to have to come in and replace debt financing. That's our challenge the next 3 years, if you ask me. And I think you'll see benefit personally. Now, is it $100 million or $10 million? I cannot tell you. The impact fees will be real. You're going to have growth because you're expanding the plant, going to 14 and potentially to 16 MGD. That 2 million gallons, 14 and 16, is all growth related. If it occurs, there's a lot of dollars there. And when I talk to the financial advisor if we get those dollars in, let's pay off the bonds right away and lower those interest costs for the benefit of the ratepayer.
Mr. Chair.
That's fair. Go ahead.
Okay, so my question is this, Singer Island, part of Riviera Beach, has a large portion of people that are only here part-time.
Right.
So you're basing it on 6,000 gallons.
That's just your typical, right? That's
on
your average.
Average, but
They're
you're-
100,000 gallons.
Right, but you're, right, if you're talking about Coca-Cola or something, but
Yes.
obviously, but.
That's commercial. This is,
Right,
that'd be
commercial,
residential.
but I'm talking about residential right
Yes,
now.
sir.
And when you go to Singer Island, most of these people are not going to be there. So we're going to have to give them a minimum in order to be able to pay off these bonds, whether they're using the water or not. The minimums have to be pretty substantial.
Well, I would definitely give them a minimum of the base charge. If a lot of them may keep their irrigation systems on all year, whether they're not here, they're still paying.
Right,
But
we
if
pay a
they
different
turn
fee
off
for
service,
irrigation.
if they turn off service, I'm not sure if you do this or not, you should charge them a minimum while they're temporarily turned off. A lot of coastal communities do that. They have basically year-round rates for customers that are active. And those customers that go to Michigan and New York for 6 months, they're technically still active. They just turn off service because it's convenience. It's seasonal, and they should be paying because your utility is year-round.
Right, but what I'm trying to get to is that these people, we know they're not here most of the time. We know that now. That's already figured into our numbers as we're sitting here.
Right.
But now we're going to have additional costs, and we're not going to get enough money out of these people at the minimum that they're paying right now. And they're going to have to pay a large chunk of this money for water that they're not using.
Right, especially if they've turned off service.
Right.
If they've kept service on, like I see this a lot, like Jupiter Island, they'll have irrigation systems on while they're not there. They're still, their irrigation or landscape folks keep the irrigation systems going. They do pay, but you are right. If they are not there, they need to pay something. That really goes to anybody, not just Singer Island.
But it's going to be pretty substantial for these
Could
people.
be. And that's a benefit. And these percentages you see, you bring up another good point, is that they're needed revenue percent adjustments. I need 30% more revenue, whether I get it all from you, but none of the others. That's cost recovery, but we need 30%. And that's what I'm presenting to you right now. We have not designed rates. I don't want to quite go there until you see the plan and how do you want to try to get there. It's going to be a step two, but we have to have it ready when as you know, when you go to the bond market, because you're going to have to go get financing, and you're probably going to have to get a credit rating too, whether it's additional bonds, WIFIA loans, you're going to have to, or whatever, you're probably going to have to get a credit rating. So we want to be ready for that, obviously.
Board Member Lanier, go ahead.
Do we not, Mr. Sherman, do we not charge that now? Is there like a standby fee? Is that something different?
Mr. Chair, if I may, there is a base rate. There is an availability fee that, every utility charges in most cases, because it's always contemplated that one generation should not foot the cost for investments as it relates to utility. So there is a base rate that is built in. I think it's $17 or
It
something.
varies by meter size as well.
Yeah, and by meter sizes, but there,
And class of customer.
Yeah.
And there's one for water and one for sewer as well.
Yeah.
But
So that amount that, say a person who owns a home and they're not in that home, they're just, that utility is on, they're charged every month, right?
for seasonal. Find out a second. Here's the charge of the turn off. If you go north.
Most of them, if they want their water turned off, yes, they would pay for the turn on and the turn off charge. But most of them do not do that.
No, remember that case we had with the lady who said that, she inherited the property and it was vacant all that time, but then she was charged every month for,
She was, and we can talk about this offline, but that customer, it was, the property was transferred to her from, a relative. They never came in and changed the account. So they never told us that transfer actually took place. So therefore we did, again, it wasn't that I stopped my service and then 4 years later I turned it on. It was continuous service throughout, so.
Mr. Sherman, before you do leave, quick question. Based upon the current adopted rates, what's our bonding capacity at the UD?
Yeah, it's not real high right now because, again, we're supposed to have 125 coverage. And remember, we've only done an interim rate. We held that rate down so long.
Great.
At one point, our coverage was over 2 times, and I believe last year was closer to like 1.4. So it's really only that 0.15. So again, that's not a lot of coverage. And I can't remember when it occurred. I know Councilman Spears has only been on the board for 6 months. So clearly within the last 6 months, you asked me if, and I said, no, we don't have, we have to raise the rates. We have to get the coverage and build those rates back up so we can, as Ms. Dory said, you're looking to borrow $350, $400 million. Okay, so Rob's telling me it's probably about 50 million and you need 400 million, so, yeah.
Without a rating.
Yeah. So that's total estimated cost of the plan. That doesn't include any grant funding, any buy down rate.
Correct.
That's just worst case scenario.
Correct.
So we're currently at 50 million rough estimate at the current rates that we are. To be able to increase our bonding capacity, we would have to adopt increased rates for our residents.
Correct.
Dr. Spirit, go ahead.
I was going to say, to Mr. Dory's point, you have to adopt them up front. Okay? No one's going to lend you money and not know the plant's going to get built. You don't go finance half the construction of a home. You have to finance the whole construction. So we have to have the revenue in place, adopted. Again, it doesn't have to be on the bill, but it has to be in that adoption to show that we have that coverage.
How long do we have to adopt that rate before we have to start building? Is that when we start making the payments? So if we adopt the rates tomorrow.
Well, you have to have it adopted before you issue.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And again, you have to be able to cover maximum annual debt service. So you have to show that by the time you finish that construction, that you have those funds to pay your maximum annual debt service. So they're going to look at your annual debt service over the 30 years. And they're going to say, okay, we'll just say in 2035, that's where your maximum debt service will be. You have to have revenues that'll cover that amount.
The phasing schedule that we've talked about with adopting or increasing the rates, that's based upon adopting the maximum rate that would cover the total debt service, or is that based upon additional increases on a annual basis? What is the plan for the residents? Are we going to adopt rates at a higher amount and then just quarterly, annually increase them? What are we looking like?
My initial thought, first of all, that those increases cover not only the capacity expansion, financing costs, inflation on your existing system, you still have to cover that. Incremental O&M on the water treatment plant, there are going to be higher operating costs with the facility, as you can imagine. And also the other thing we are recommending is an increase to what's called your renewal and replacement fund. That's your capital reinvestment fund. Your bond resolution, I want to mention this real quick before I get to the rest of your answer. I know I'm giving you a long answer here. Just bear with me, please. But your bond resolution has what's called a renewal and replacement fund requirement, and it says you need to deposit 5% of your gross revenues into this fund. I will tell you, 5% of gross revenues is pretty low. And we're also recommending that you increase that deposit over time, so you issue less debt in the future and you have more ongoing operations and maintenance. And for water, we're trying to get to 15%, and sewer, we're trying to get to 10% of revenues. And that'll allow you to not just maintain the plant, but you got your lines, you got your meters, you got your hydrants for water. You got to maintain all those. And they're tired too. And so we're building that in. So that's in those numbers you saw earlier, that's all put in there right now, just so you know. So we got some ability to maybe adjust a little bit on that as well. The thought is that your rate plan should be adopted before you issue debt. And I'd say probably before you go to the credit rate agencies, you've adopted the rates to show that you have the rate plan in place to pay the debt. I would also review this plan every year. Example, we want to adopt impact fees. We want to raise those impact fees as soon as possible. And we've been asked to do that, and we're working on that. Now that we got this estimate going on, we can get the water side, which is the critical one, pretty quick, which is what we want to do. So as you get these funds, if you get grants, every year reevaluate your plan, keep the plan, and adjust accordingly to the benefits you receive.
Board Member Spiritus.
So, Mr. Evans, how much do we get, or Mr. Sherman, maybe you can tell me, how much do we get in impact fees back to the district?
Yeah, we don't get a lot, and it obviously varies from year to year, but the recent years, if we're bringing in $500,000, that's been good. Again, we just haven't had that amount of construction going on. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, if I may,
Go ahead.
and Mr. Sherman, correct me if I'm wrong, the state did pass some legislation that impacts impact fees as it relates to the rate in which you can effectively increase impact fees.
Correct. Yeah, you can only increase a certain amount every year.
There's an exception to that hardship issue.
Yeah.
But you have to have a hearing to do it.
Right. But again, when we did the impact fees last year, we did it on the city side. So we did the police, fire, park side. Ms. Dory is working on the ones for the water and sewer. And again, we'll have to bring that back. But right now, again, as Ms. Dory said, the vertical construction hasn't been there the past few years. But
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Mr. Evans?
Also, when you're talking about adding new capacity, that is as a result of that, you do get, a lot more flexibility because you're buying for that new capacity. One of the things that we did want to also inform the board is I had an opportunity this week to have a discussion with EPA concerning WIFIA and the opportunities that are available through WIFIA. And so they can fund up to 49% of the project. One of the, elements associated with that is that you have to comply with Davis-Bacon Act. You have to comply with the Build America, Buy America Act, and you also have to do you also have to ensure that you have the appropriate financial mechanisms in place to invariably, like Mr. Sherman said, pay back the loan. But there are some elements that are provided for in WIFIA where you will not pay until after completion of construction. There is deferment options. There are interest-only options. So you do have that I think is something that we definitely need to look at concerning the capital stack, because obviously private monies is going to be a little bit more expensive. However, with WIFIA, it's a reimbursement largely. If you were to go to the traditional bond market, you can invest the proceeds that you're collecting as a result of this money being in the bank per se. So there are some nuances that I think certainly we need to look at. SRF. SRF is limited as it relates to how much money is allocated to the state. You may be able to get $40 or $50 million, and $10 million of that would be converted into the form of a grant. But that is a very competitive process. And when I had conversations, and luckily the conversations that we had with the representative from the EPA, they had worked for SRF, so they were able to share with us. But the most they've seen converted from a loan to a grant is approximately $10 million. So as we look at the capital stack, one of the things that I asked Mr. Sherman to assist in is looking at ways to make it as flexible and as palatable it is for our ratepayers, because invariably we know rates are going to increase associated with this project, but we want to make it limited as to what those rates are. So we are still looking at some other options and what capital is necessary, but there is a situation where you may have other, funding tools that are available that provide for a little bit more flexibility. But we did want to go through kind of what the worst case scenario is and some other options as we continue to look to fund this particular project. And WIFIA only funds up to 49% of the project. So if you use $350 million, you can go out and get half of that. And then the rest you would have to find another funding mechanism. So there is probably private capital that would be necessary to facilitate that project. And even we discussed the line of credit to help facilitate moving the project forward. So staff is still having some of those conversations, but this is what invariably rates will quite possibly look like in the future.
So with this being the most important part, this is where we're gonna have to really sharpen our pencils. We're gonna have to stack the financial deck in regards to impact fees, in regards to every cost and dollar that's gonna go into it. ARPA, we've already allocated, I believe, all of the ARPA dollars we received, which was 19 million.
18 million, but
18
yeah,
million.
we've been investing, as yeah, probably closer to 19.
To date, towards this water plant. If we can get a report on what we've spent to date, also what type of grant funding we've received for that. Have we done the land remediation as of yet? Have we completed that with the lot, contaminated land? Because I think I saw somewhere on here 5 million towards remediation of the lot.
We're actively doing the phase one environmental. We scheduled the interviews with the plant staff.
Okay.
Those have not been completed. There's also some paperwork that we need assistance. John Armstrong is going to work with us on that. We had a meeting with him this week to go over that. And then we go into the phase two environmental. That'll be progressing here next month. And so we'll be able to do that evaluation.
So that $5 million, I know EPA has issued about 300 million in brownfields cleanup for grant funding. This is where I think that we've talked about bringing in the grant writer. We've talked about the funding that's going to go into it, earmarking from federal government, state. This is where we have to lean on our federal and state lobbyists, regardless of the cost. This is why, and my colleague has said this in previous meetings, that Ms. Miller and have seen that these projects will fail and we won't address the need, because when we start getting to the dollars, everybody gets afraid, we back away, and we don't figure out how to get it done for our community. So this is where we need our financial consultants, our advisors, our finance team, and Mr. Evans and these grant writers to go and find the money, because our residents cannot incur the burden of $400 million. It's just not feasible for this community, as we said earlier, with the third lowest median income in Palm Beach County. So how do we get this done is we sharpen our pencils and figure out how to actually get it done at a feasible, affordable rate. We can't waste another minute. So what do we need to do? And that's why we're here till the wee hours of the night. We're not leaving, because this is the most important piece. And we have to figure out what we're going to do moving forward, because every day that we waste is going to be another day that the dollar continues to go up.
Mr. Chair,
Dr. Spiritus.
I strongly recommend that the city manager and members of the city council meet immediately with our congressional representatives. There are special appropriations and other funding available, emergency funding available in the federal budget. And I think that we got to get there as quick as we can and start and get online.
This needs to be daily conversations with our federal lobbyists, our state lobbyists. We need to be looking at every single grant dollar, selling off assets. I know that we've decided to not relocate our public works facility, but that is a major asset that is worth over $25-30 million. So there's certain areas that we can really identify of sharpening our pencils. Mr. Evans, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Chair. In my past experience, I was a brownfield coordinator for an organization, and unfortunately, we're not eligible to receive monies for brownfields because we are the cause of the contaminants. So you're ineligible to receive that money because when we buried things on our public works site or on the utility district sites and caused for any contamination, any remedial monies, we're ineligible to receive.
And to that point, Mr. Evans, that is the information that we have to tell the narrative, because residents are looking at this burden that we're continuing to incur based upon decisions that were not made by our predecessors. We don't want to be the board to continue to kick the can, and your staff has done a phenomenal job, but we need to make sure we keep pushing forward. We need to keep updated with the board and letting us know and letting the residents know what's happening and how do we actually get this accomplished. So what can we do? Because if that's not an option, what other options are there on the table? And thank you for clarifying that. But what are the options that we have? How can we get additional funding? What are the solutions? If Brownstone's not one, give me 10 more that are.
And you know, one of the also, Mr. Chair, if I may, with regards to, you know, divesting the city of assets, whatever funding mechanism was utilized to purchase that asset, that's where the money invariably has to go back to. So if the public works facility is in fact sold, that money goes back to the insurance fund, I believe, Mr. Sherman, and then additional proceeds would go to what, the general fund?
Mr. Evans, brownfield is not an option because we were the reason for it. The assets being sold is not an option because it would have to go back to that asset. Thank you for that information. Let's figure out how to fund and finance the water plant. So, Mr. Sherman, if you can, instead of addressing those concerns as to where it's going, since it's obviously not an option for the UD, what options do we have?
Let me first give you to your point earlier, if I can address that before I lose it. And I mean out of my mind, not emotionally. I just looking at the scale, so I just want to make sure it's clear to everyone. If construction GMP, we're looking at first quarter of 2025, and you then want to enter into that agreement. Before you can do that, there's two things that are going to have to happen. You're going to have adopted rates, and you're going to have authorized the borrowing. Not the details to the borrowing, but you're going to have authorized, sort of like we did again a year ago with the bond referendums, where you approved us going after that dollars. We're going to have those two things in place. To the point earlier, one of the reasons we're looking at splitting and issuing in two issues, to Mr. Evans' point, is SRF, WIFIA, they're only going to cover a portion of the project. You know, so if it ends up that is the least expensive way to proceed, again, it's only going to cover a portion. So the other portion is going to have to come from traditional financing. So again, by splitting it, going after half the money up front, that takes care of the non-SRF, non-WIFIA portion of it, and gives us the cash flow for, you know, probably 9 to 12 months. If we get SRF, if we get forgiveness, if we get grants, if we get, you know, WIFIA is a better option, that's where we'll play it on that second run. And then to Mr. Ori's point, then we can come back and readjust the rates with, oops, he's backing away. That's okay. I agree. But, you know, we readjust the rates. Once again, we have the new impact fees and, you know, and some of those other financing, you know, arrows that we have in our quiver there. If they're beneficial to us, we can then come back later and reduce those rates. But again, you have to have those rates in place. I know that timing is poor, but, you know, in essence, in the next 6 months, that all has to be done so you can then issue a contract. And then, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, back to your question. Can you repeat it for me, please?
Well, I do have a separate question now. Some of
Okay.
these grant funding, I understand that we have to have a GMP to go after some of these grant funds that are available.
That's part of, what you're gonna have to submit is, they're gonna wanna know what you're asking for and whether those
Roger.
are the right numbers. So
So,
again, while they're going out and doing their bidding, they'll have some of those numbers. Again, we talked, earlier tonight, while we were, waiting for the meeting to start. If we're gonna get into the SRF February meeting, we're gonna have to have some of those numbers to be able to present 45 days early. So by the end of December, we really almost need to have the rates, the borrowing resolution with all the options within it, and then know some of the pricing so we can put in for those certain components. So, we're working on all those. And again, we are obviously very sensitive to what these rates and the impact is. Excuse me. But yeah, we've been watching markets and conditions and rules and regulations. And, I think we're on track to get some good solutions here at the end of the day.
Board Member Lanier.
I think that too, the public needs to know the difference between like the bonds that went out for recreation and for the police department, that the utility district is a different entity, animal, that we can't do the same thing that we did with that particular bond, that needs to be relayed to the public, because people will say, why you just didn't go out for that one? So that needs to be relayed in terms of how we're looking at paying for this, but also giving people understanding of how that works.
Yeah, and as soon, now that we have this, and if you recall last year, all of the documents that we put together, the pamphlets, the explanations, now we can start really putting that together. Because again, this 6 months is going to go by pretty fast.
Okay.
Board Member Lanier, are you finished?
Yeah.
Thank you. Board Member Spiritus, go ahead.
So I think the public also has to understand that they're paying, whether it's the utility district or whether it's the city, they're paying. So if they're paying $55 million for recreation, for example, and they don't have to pay that $55 million anymore, they now have the money in their pocket to pay the $55 million towards the utility district. They don't care what you call it. They just know it's money coming out of their pocket going to the city for services, period. That's all the public understands.
And
Yeah.
And with that understanding, and I believe that's the concern we addressed earlier, our issue and our priority has always been water, but we've adopted a failing infrastructure. We've adopted a need for parks and recs. We've adopted a need for police and fire stations. So trying to address it in a means of assisting the residents and addressing all of the concerns. And we know that we can't address them all at one time. We have to get them done, but we need to get them done and prioritize them. I understand my mayor's concerns with taking out and approving these other bonds that we're issuing and coupling it with increased water rates is going to affect the average income at the lower median income residents. So it's going to be a burden on the residents. Coming up with offsets, addressing infrastructure, bringing in additional ad valorem tax, looking at the projects that we're bringing in, because as the city manager has said, he said we can't take certain dollars from one area and apply it to the other. But if we offset the total cost to the residents, whether it's the parking study that we've talked about, because that's not going to go directly into the utility district, but that revenue can help lower some other areas that we have. So while I do understand that there's certain areas that we can't sell land, we can address concerns when it comes across the board so that the bottom dollar increase that's going to the resident is not going to be affected holistically, because we're raising it across the board because we have a failing infrastructure across the board. So what ideas can we do? What creative means of financing can we come up with? And how can we look holistically as a city? Because we just so happen to have the ability of sitting at the city council, the utility district, and the CRA. So across the board, what different arenas can we actually generate revenue for our residents without wasting a minute. There's no reason we haven't started generating revenue through parking. I keep hearing about, oh, it doesn't go here, it doesn't go there, but the bottom dollar, as my colleague said, is if those dollars go up across the board, doesn't matter if it's from the water, if it's from the ad valorem tax, if it's from any other fee that they're experiencing, the residents are going to be feeling that. So how do we keep all of those low as possible? And that's difficult, but that's why you guys are paid the big bucks.
Who would that be?
Not you, sir. Everybody besides you. But board members, additional questions while they finish their presentation? Board Member Lanier, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to speak to Mr. Spitters. I think that, when we talk about money coming out of the residents' pockets, that is understandable and that has to happen. But I do think that the residents in the city are astute enough to understand that if it has to be done and this is what they want, then it has to be paid for. But you have to explain that to people. You have to be transparent with people. You have to let them know that this is what it is. This is how it has to be paid. And the fact that, a lot of these nuances, the differences, people want to know that. I really think that they do, and they can understand it too. They're not dumb. They can understand this stuff. It just has to be put to them in a way that they will understand and make it plain.
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair. Board Member Spiritus, then Mayor.
To my colleague, I agree with what you're saying, except that I think that if the residents had this option and knew these numbers before they went to go vote on these bond issues, they may have voted differently. And I just don't know how we're going to do it. I mean, it's I guess it's reimagined, but there's too much imagination. I don't know how we're going to come up with all of these dollars that we're going to need. I mean, this is a monumental task. I think we have to pick one issue at a time and deal with that issue, whether it's water and sewer this year and something else 2 years down the road. I think we have to pick our priorities very carefully because it is going to impact the lower income people in this city.
Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you. I agree with Dr. Spiritus. Also, question. If 5 years, maybe 6 years, 2019, if we did this in 2019, 2020, what would have been the cost? Just a roundabout.
I'd almost have to go back to
Just
you guys
roundabout.
to see what,
Six
say
years
what
ago.
you
6
had.
years ago. From 350 million, just a roundabout right quick. I mean, estimate.
Yeah, I'd have to get back to you. Based on the
200
information that we had, it was the 20% escalation in 3 years. I would say over the 3 years, that was hyper escalation. That was abnormal. Typically, what we typically see is about a 3% increase year over year, give or take. So if you then, bring that back an additional, 2 years, that's another 6% on the 22, so 28% less than, what you're seeing now.
Okay. And the question, so every year we wait, it's steady going up, right? Do we see a change? Do we see a change in that? Is that going to change?
Yeah. So the graph that I showed earlier, you'd see that it started flattening out, right? Because the rates are high. One of the things that was mentioned earlier in the presentation by Nigel was based on the current regulations and the PFAS regulations, we suspect there's going to be an increase of construction addressing the PFAS. So the USD is actually in a really good position to get ahead of that increase. So it's not in the graph, but what we know is it's in the very near future.
So what's our timetable before that goes up? What action do we need to take in the next 30 days?
I'm sorry, ask that question one more time.
What action do we need to take in the next 30 days?
30 days.
Yeah.
So I would say right now, and as we mentioned, there's a well GMP that's been submitted, and that GMP we've gone out to the market. We've gotten competitive bids as my colleague laid out, and it's currently under negotiations. If that gets approved, again, we are prepared to begin that work. So that is something that we can lock in now. And actually, in part of that well GMP, there's 2 sufficient wells that's actually in really high demand for the residents to get those 2 sufficient wells. So that would be another good milestone to hit, making sure that we can start on that work as soon as possible.
Can I piggyback on that?
Yeah.
And however you could address the existing well field, that's driving our design. It's driving the pretreatment system. Pushing Global Tech, I know they just had their kickoff meeting, but that would be helpful to understand what they're able to do, pre and post one of the well evaluations, and also starting to collect coupons on the raw water field. Understand what is the pipe like? Is it an eggshell, or is it coated with biological growth, or is it got sediment in it? Understanding that would be helpful for the JV.
Mr. Chair?
I'm next.
Board Member Miller Anderson, go ahead.
First of all, I hope everyone understands why we are here in this situation. We're in this situation because no council wants to be the one to make the decision to increase any type of rates. No one wants to be the one who has to increase the millage rate. No one up here over the last 30, 40, 50 years have wanted to be the one to do these things. Unfortunately, because of all of that, that's why all of the infrastructure is crumbling at the same time. And at some point, the stuff is not free. We know it needs to be done. And then to say, well, what if we had done it 5, 6 years ago? Well, what happened in 2019? We had a cyber attack. So there's always something we got going on. It's not like we're not trying to address these issues. It's just, we have a lot that we're trying to do. It's a lot that we have accomplished. So I don't want that to be, pushed to the side. There's a lot of work that has been done up here. The water treatment plant has been an issue for decades, but we're trying to address it. Now, we are going to have to do something to try to take the burden off of the residents, but it costs money to do anything. It costs money for the water treatment plant, it costs money to get our technology back built up strong because we had an issue. They didn't invest in that over the years, so therefore we got attacked. So it's something going on every single year since all of you have been up here, except for Dr. Spiritus. And we have addressed these things. Now we're dealing with the big tag stuff. We have to do what we have to do. Obviously, we all live here, so we all are going to feel it. But we're going to have to figure out how we can do this. We can't talk about, well, we should have did it 5 years ago. Well, if we should have did it 5 years ago, we should have did it. But we didn't because we had other things we were addressing. So, right now, we're just kind of spinning our wheels right now. We're saying the same thing over and over. I am about to pack up and I'm about to leave because we do have another meeting, but I'm not going to be here for that meeting. We just need to do what we need to do, but we need to continue to move forward and stop dragging our feet on it because it is going to increase. But at some point, we need to be able to figure out how we're going to get this paid for and not put it on the backs of the taxpayers as badly as it's sounding right now. Because right now it's just sounding like this is not even achievable at this point, but we have to do it. So I think for me, we've said all need to be said. I don't know how much more we're going to do this and how much more we're going to continue to say, but it just needs to be done. And I don't think we're going to solve that tonight. So let's move forward and I will be leaving shortly.
Mr. Chair.
Dr. Spiritus and the mayor.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
I'm glad we had this workshop today. I think we all learning a lot and we're picking the road to go down right now. And it's very important that we do that rather than just sitting in a chair. Mr. City Manager, we have what, 5 wells on the contract right now?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
Yes, we have 5 wells that are under contract with Global Tech, and then we have some other wells that another contractor that we found a PO that's going to be working on. So I think there's probably a total of 7 wells that we're going to be trying to get up and operational here.
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
So how many more wells are you recommending that we do this year?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
invariably, and I'll speak on behalf, as many wells as we can get monies for, we need to do. All our wells were constructed in, are at least 30 years old. I think the last well that we drilled, I think, was prior to 2012, if I'm not mistaken. So invariably, wells, the cost for a well is about $1.3 to $1.5 million. If we can either rehab or replace wells, we need to get as many wells as we can get done, because that's a direct correlation and a direct fiscal impact to the plan. And so I think in one of the earlier slides, if we clean up our well fields, the necessity for pre-treatment goes down exponentially. So the real intent for the special meeting tonight, twofold, was hopefully we were going to get the GMP well package approved by the board, but we're still working on that. And then the relationship with US Water. But I will tell you is that if we can continue with a situation where we can keep Global Tech out in our well fields, you did authorize $4.8 million at your last utility district meeting, but if we can continue to have them work on that, you will see a noticeable improvement to the water supply, and it will make their job a lot easier, and you'll see the cost decrease on the water treatment plant. Guys, if I'm saying something that's out of turn, certainly let me know.
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
That's exactly what I'm getting to right now. You said there's 5 wells, you have Global Tech, but our engineers here are recommending that we get another company in because they don't think Global Tech has the ability, I guess, to do all the wells.
I'm not saying, I'm just saying that you need to put more resources into it. Global Tech does have the resources.
They have the resources.
They have
that's
the
right.
resources. They can handle probably additional, but they want to do the initial investigation. But if you can get a second company in there to evaluate this, which sounds like Jonathan is actively pursuing, which is great news, because that's going to be that's huge and a big help. I understand also because the wells are not producing the quality of the quantity of water you need, so you are being supplemented through the interconnect. So
Right, Mr.
being
Chair.
able to get off that interconnect would be helpful. It's cost beneficial to get off of it for you.
Yep. Mr. Chair, if I
Thank
may.
you. Board Member Spirit, is you recognized?
Right, so I just want to recommend that we do as many wells as we can, as fast as we can. And as the city manager said, it's going to bring down the cost of the filtration, because that's the problem with the membranes right now. We think that's where it's coming from. So I recommend that we just move as fast as we can to get every well in the city redone.
Thank you. Mr. Evans, you're recognized.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Certainly, we can work with Global Tech Boat and whichever vendor we can to mobilize multiple vendors out in our well field. But I can tell you the report because I was at the kickoff meeting with Global Tech, most of our wells that we have the permitted capacity for are producing maybe a third of the water that we are permitted for. So if we have a well that is supposed to produce 1,000 gallons per minute, it's coming up at 350 gallons per minute. And so that's why we're utilizing the interconnect to be able to have the appropriate water supply to maintain the pressures. And so there are a lot of things that in the next couple of months that staff will be bringing forward that are definitely needs that need to be prioritized and invariably approved. And so if there is tours with the engineering staff and the water plant staff to be able to do that, but we have to operate with a sense of urgency. There's a lot of things, during our city council meeting, I'm emailing staff about a high service pump that if we lose another high service pump, the water pressure is going to drop below 20 PSI. And then we're on a citywide boil water notice. So that's what I'm doing at city council meetings while this is happening real time. So there's a lot of things that need to be addressed at that plant with a sense of urgency. And there's things that I'm going to apologize in advance. The board's going to have to hold their nose and support staff to move it forward, because it will result in critical failures and us having issues and not being able to meet the demand.
Mr. Chair?
Mayor, you're recognized.
Yeah, and to your point, that was my point. Not going back in the past saying if we did it 5 years ago. My point was the price is not going down, right? And as leaders, we have to make decisions that's going to be best for the community. As Councilwoman Miller Anderson said, it's been 50, 60, 40, 30 years that the board has been passing by because they don't want to raise the millage rate or raise the water rates. And so, when a statement is made, when it's a certain election come up, the water seems to be an issue. The water should always be an issue, whether it's an election time or not. It should have always been at the forefront of this thing, not when it's an election and people thinking, well, now the water's coming up because of the election, and then we don't say anything for a whole year until there's an issue. That's my issue. I don't have a vote. I don't make a motion. But I guarantee if I did, I'd be with community saying, listen, we have to raise the millage rate. You have to do what you have to do. So to insinuate that, we're going back in the past, no, I'm trying to make a point that if we don't do it now, that the prices is not going to go down no more. They're going to continue to go up. So make a decision. Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, if I may,
Mr. Evans?
you asked some things that need to move forward. Both our owner's rep as well as the JV have a non-monetary extension that needs to be provided for in their contractual agreements. I haven't executed that. There was a correspondence that the previous utility district director did provide for that authorization. We said we wanted to put it on the agenda for the board to consider, but there are a lot of things such as that I need authorization from this board to move forward so they can continue to work collaboratively to move this forward. And I think we've all had very good conversations over the last couple of weeks that everyone is committed to moving this project forward with a sense of urgency. There's actually activity happening on the site that we haven't been able to report to the board because we're moving through some things, and that's really, we know that's not the win the board wants to see, but your early works package is an important package. If we facilitate the wells, that's major construction on that site. So my question to the team is, if we do move forward with the GMP on the wells, when can they see noticeable construction on that site towards the development of the water treatment plant?
So we're currently there on site as we speak for the early work packages you pointed out. But as far as the mobilization for the well driller, I would suspect, that would be in the next 30 days or so. We'd obviously have to get with the well driller just to confirm resources. But as we have been maturing the GMP and making sure that we continue to keep in contact with the market to making sure that we can, again, get the resources out there when it does get approved.
And Mr. Chair, to that point, we're also looking to bring the rezoning of the property that fronts Blue Heron to the board in your second meeting in September. And I've already directed staff that when the site plan is submitted, if we have to call a special meeting of the Planning and Zoning Board to get their authorization so we get the site plan approval, so we can get the construction trailers on the site and start mobilizing those. We've had some very good conversation over the last couple of weeks to help to accelerate this moving forward. And I think everybody's abundantly clear that the board wants to make sure that you're informed, but we move this project forward in a way that has the utmost transparency, but also what the costs are. And we can start verbalizing and having those conversations with the community as soon as we start, getting some of these things moving in a fashion that's of the speed that the board's looking for.
Thank you. And board members, because we have two important items on the UD meeting, I'm going to recommend that we move forward with adjourning our workshop, go into our utility district, allow for us to get these items passed so that we can get these items completed for UD, and then possibly revisit some of this other discussion at a later date.
Oh, could you get 5 minutes? 5 minutes.
Three. All right. So any additional comments from the board? Mr. Evans, did you want to make any comments before we adjourn the workshop? Thank you to the team for presenting. And listen, we're going to be hard on you because you're going to be our partners here, and they're being hard on us. So we're all going to work together to get this done. And that's the reason that we're here. So thank you for the presentation. It was excellent and informative. Staff, thank you as well for everything. This meeting is adjourned. We will start the next meeting in 5 minutes. No, buddy.
Okay, fine.
Let me.
$10 to get through this.
Ms. Evans, Walter, we're ready to go?
Okay.
I'd like to call to order the utility
Andrea.
special district meeting. The date is August 22nd. The time is 11:14 p.m. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Chairperson Douglas Lawson.
Here.
Vice Chair Shirley Lanier.
Here.
Board Member Chadwick McCoy. Board Member Kashamba Miller Anderson.
Present.
Board Member Glenn Spiritus. Ex officio Board Member Mayor Ronnie Felder. City Manager Jonathan Evans.
Present.
Acting District Clerk Deborah Hall McCullough is present. District Attorney Don Nguyen.
Here.
District Finance Director Randy Sherman. Mr. Chair, you have a quorum. You may proceed.
Thank you. We're going to have a moment of silence followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilwoman Lanier. Board Member Lanier.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, board members. Additions, deletions, or substitutions?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Evans.
Really quickly, I'd like for the board to consider adding 2 items on consent to provide for 2 non-monetary extension for both the JV team CDM Smith Haskell as well as our owner's rep Brown Caldwell to have that extension proceed forward until January 1st of 2025.
So moved.
Is it going under consent? Where are we putting?
What item is that, Mr. Evans? You want to put on consent?
Yes, sir.
Which one?
This is a new item.
Oh, new item,
Yeah,
okay.
two new items, yes.
And I was going to also ask if we could move items 8A and 8B under consent. We can have the discussion about the piggybacking, but 8A and B was the ECR appointment, and A was the replacement of the essential lift station for $95,000. So board would be amenable to 8A, 8B, and the item Mr. Evans just presented to consent.
Yes.
No objection.
Thank you. Any additions, deletions, substitutions? Motion to adopt agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Motion been made and properly seconded. Madam Clerk?
Board Member Miller Anderson.
Yes.
Board Member Spiritus.
Yes.
Vice Chair Lanier.
Yes.
Chair Lawson.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Items on consent are routine in nature and adopted with one single motion. Does anyone want to pull an item from consent? Motion to adopt consent?
So moved.
Second.
Do we have any public comment cards for consent, Madam Clerk?
Mr. Chair, we do not have any public comment cards for consent.
Roll call, please.
Board Member Spiritus.
Yes.
Board Member Miller Anderson.
Yes.
Vice Chair Lanier.
Yes.
Chair Lawson.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Do we have any general public comment cards?
We had one general public comment card, but she has left the building.
Thank you. 8C?
Item 8C, Resolution 15-24 UD, a resolution of the Board of Directors of the City of Riviera Beach Utility Special District, Palm Beach County, Florida, authorizing the piggybacking of Florida Governmental Utility Authority agreement with U.S. Water Services Corporation to obtain professional utility operations and maintenance staffing support services due to the water system's process reliability, procedural, maintenance, and performance challenges, which has impacted compliance readiness, aesthetic characteristics, of product water and the ability to meet system demands without reliance on supplemental water supplies from neighboring utilities, approving a transfer of $500,000 from contingency account number 411-31102-559990 to contract services account number 411-312-534000. And, I'm sorry, authorizing the issuance of purchase order for a not to exceed amount of $1,126,113 and issuance of work authorizations to obtain professional staffing support services, authorizing the use of the FGUA agreement for the initial term ending September 30th, 2024, including the 5-year renewal option if exercised by FGUA, authorizing the Utility Special District Finance Director to make payments from account number 411-31102-534000 and 411-31103-534000 and providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Motion been made and properly seconded. Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair and members of the board, I will speak about the operational need, and then if I can have procurement speak on the procurement mechanism utilized. This item before you this evening is asking for board authorization to proceed forward with a contractual agreement with U.S. Water for staff augmentation for a period of approximately 6 months to not exceed the amount of $1.1 million. This is going to assist in shoring up some of our water supply challenges, but also to assist with helping to put some infrastructure that the district has invested on back into service, as well as providing for an opportunity for us to look at some best management practice and provide us with some insight with regards to the positions that the district really needs moving forward. They have come and done a preliminary assessment and have looked at some of the things that are present in the utility district, and they do have experience with our district in the past. And so staff is recommending approval of the resolution that before you this evening. With regards to procurement, I would like to introduce to the board our new procurement director, Ms. Admins, to be able to introduce the staff that will be presenting and share some remarks concerning this item.
Thank you, Mr. Evans.
Good morning, no, good evening. Good evening, everyone. My name is Latanya Ammons. I am the new Director of Procurement for the City of Riviera Beach. I would like to say thank you to staff, to the council, and to the citizens for this opportunity to serve the taxpayers of this great city. I'm going to introduce staff, Ms. Boynton, and she will take over from here and give more procurement specifics regarding this project.
Chair, Council, I'm sorry, Board. Tanisha Boynton, Procurement, Senior Procurement Specialist. In order to address the immediate staffing needs for the USD staffing concerns, we were able to work with them to find an FGAU agreement that would help facilitate shoring up some of those shortfalls. The contract, the solicitation, as well as additional information was obtained to make sure that we are able to piggyback and use this as an option to move forward with addressing the immediate staffing needs. If you guys have any questions, I'm here to answer them as it relates to the procurement.
And Mr. Chair, I do want to also state for the record that the FGUA agreement initial term ended September 30th of 2024, but it included a 5-year renewal option exercised by FGUA. Additionally, we also received authorization from the entity FGUA to be able to utilize their solicitation and piggyback off of their solicitation.
Any questions from the board?
Yeah, I have a question about the 5 years, what is that? It's every year, it's a renewal, it has to come to the board?
Mr. Chair, if I may. No, that just says that the original procurement has times that's still remaining on the procurement contract. Yes. But the amount is not to exceed $1.1 million. So once we hit that threshold, if any additional authorizations are needed, that would need to come back before the board for consideration.
Okay, and I think the only thing that I would need for this is a exit plan for this project. Thank you.
And the timeline previously mentioned, was this a 6-month, what is the timeline on this contract? You said it's 5 years?
No, Mr. Chair, if I may, I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead.
It's for a period of approximately 6 months. Yes. The original contract with FGUA had an initial term, and then they have a 5-year renewal. So we're piggybacking off of that agreement. But the original, or the agreement with U.S. Water is only for a 6-month and that not to exceed amount. So anything that we need to do with them outside of what the amount, it would result in additional legislative action by the board.
What happens with our current staffing in regards to this firm that's coming in? Because if they're going to be doing maintenance staffing support, when they say staffing support, is that going to be training? Is that going to be, when you say staffing support?
So, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
So, for instance, the lime slackers that I spoke about earlier, our staff at this particular moment has day-to-day operational activities. They will assist in us bringing that particular, those units online and training our staff how to utilize those units. Then they will also fill in some of those existing vacancies as it relates to helping us with an operation and maintenance plan. They would be working alongside of our staff. So there's not going to be any impact to staff. Staff is actually going to assist with providing some duties and responsibilities that they will help us with, and also providing some additional training and development of SOPs and appropriate treatment methodologies that we may have not been able to have the training, and so they'll help with some of that. But there's not going to be any adverse impact to staff.
Will they have any authority with hiring or any recommendations for termination of any staff?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
They will not.
Okay. There's no questions from the board?
Yes.
Go ahead, Ms. Melanson, board member.
I think it's kind of along the lines of Board Member Lanier. I don't want to give the impression that we're outsourcing the water plant, because that'll be the next thing that's out in the community. So within the 6 months, are we expecting to hopefully not need them after 6 months, or do you perceive this being a little longer?
Mr. Chair, if I may, my hope is that we would not need them any longer, but obviously addressing, some of the things that we have dealt with the health department, getting ahead of that, really stabilizing some of the operations. I did meet with all the staff before this item was ever placed on the agenda to communicate to them not to worry about U.S. Water coming in. I actually told them, don't go working for U.S. Water. I articulated to staff, our commitment is always to make sure we preserve our staff. This is staff augmentation to help us to be able to even create some breathing room, because some of our staff hasn't taken vacations. They haven't gone to doctor's appointment, and this is going to assist. And so we will certainly talk about in the first kickoff meeting with them that this is not a long-term occupation. And if there is needs that we have beside the 6 months, it's probably going to be a lot smaller group than we will need, because my hope is to stabilize the operation and invariably, hopefully, sit a director and assistant director to move forward with the management of the treatment plant.
Thank you. There's no questions from the board? Madam Clerk, roll call.
Board Member Spiritus?
Yes.
Board Member Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Vice Chair Lanier?
Yes.
Chair Lawson?
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
And Ms. Boynton, welcome back. Thank you. And Ms. Almonds, welcome to the team. Thank you so much. You're going to be thrown right into the fire, so we're excited to have you. Discussion by City Manager?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Some remarks were made earlier today, and I just wanted to get some clarity from the board. Is it the board's pleasure? Do you want me to still assist in leaning in to help the utility district in this interim, period that we're in? Because there's a lot of things going on, and I think there's some progress that we're making as a result. But I don't want to do anything that I'm not wanted to do, and so I do want to make sure that the board doesn't have any trepidations or concerns with me serving in whatever this role is until long-term decisions are made.
Board members?
I'm fine with it. I know the comment was he didn't have any background in water, and I surely don't have any background in water, so I don't know about you all.
Additional comments?
No, I don't have any problem with it, and plus I don't have a water bill, so.
Mr. Chair.
Dr. Spears?
Yeah, I do have a background in water, but I appreciate the city manager assisting the district, and we really do appreciate everything you're doing. And please tell the staff we appreciate what they're doing as well.
Mr. Evans, since we've had some of the outcry from the residents, the media, you've put your head down, you dove right in. You've missed some of my meetings just to make sure you continue to hold the water and held us at bay. So thank you for what you're doing. We appreciate you, and thank you for everything you're doing. Absolutely, we need somebody to be a liaison between us, the consulting firms. I love Nigel, but I'd rather not spend too much time with him. So if there's anything else, we definitely want your support to continue to just steady the ship. Thank you, sir.
Certainly appreciate it.
Yes, sir. District Attorney?
No comments, Mr. Chair.
Statements from the board, committee reports. Councilwoman Lanier? Well, I'm sorry, Board Member Lanier? Board Member Spiritus?
Yes, Mr. Chair, as I said last night at the meeting, I want to thank the staff for the wonderful job they did on Park Avenue on Singer Island last week with the force main break and then the 2 pumps. So please express my appreciation and the people from the city, their appreciation. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Melanson. And residents, just thank you and trust that we will make sure that this is done properly, right? And our focus and priority is to take care of this community, providing clean water. So have a great night. This meeting is adjourned. What I told you. What I told you. Next one. I'm gonna get it. Oh, they just, with the coach left, they don't ask no questions. They just do shit that way. I know what
I got to act surprised.